is your pick to stand as EUL champion?
And unfortunately, Diff has been diffed in this fight. Groudon now getting ripped down by Nasty Family, and Jiraiya is the only one here that is able to pull the time and space away, but it isn't going to be enough. Snow's looking to see if they can get themselves
I'm
back
sorry,
in.
I'm sorry!
And that is why he's one of the legendary junglers in this entire team, bro. And despite them running around them having recovery, it ain't going to be picked up by them. Again, another beam comes in, and they've ripped down this tank so much. That was a good flank coming out from Moltres, but it wasn't enough. They pair the air rock cannon with a huge beam, and that takes away so much HP. The play with Beyond would call it Mahusim. We're about to say hello to the 2-minute mark here in this game, but Groudon is on the field, and it's an instant rip coming out from Boozaloo, knowing that they had that Zacian. We can't even see who took it yet.
It was Mewtwo!
Takes it with a Mewtwo. Why?
Well, yeah, production have just confirmed to us that Nachos is going to sub out here. So if you're just going off the leaderboard chat, you have a bottom fragging team against one that is on the winning side of the league, right? We've got two teams that are in that 3-1 position. Omon Boozaloof did manage to win the mid-seasonal. Bingo is coming in for Nachos here in this game. So that might be the difference making.
But who is your pick to stand as EUL champion?
I think Esport Core are going to do it again.
I'm going to go with Vaporeon Haters. I think Vaporeon Haters are playing way too well right now. However, we do have a returning Nachos for Boozaloof, so
That's the difference.
we'll see if that plays into this game at all.
10. A comfortable points lead.
Yeah, very comfortable. But not saying that Power Rangers can't bounce back into this one, especially if they're able to get this knockout on the Mega Lucario.
Oh my word!
Back.
Oh my word!
No, Nachos! How do you do it? Breaking the hearts of Power Rangers. Rabble around, trying to see if they can get that side up, but no Sai has been popped just yet. Holding on to the Unite. It is going to be REC having good control. Another wall, trying to see if they can drag back in the Crystal, getting some damage. It's up.
Here it goes.
Here's the Revenant run. It's 3 that they take as they have the Sai for Alligator. Too late. That Crystal's going to be the next target. And it's a 1 more tick. Ready?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Unity Clash. The EUL is back for day number 2 of the playoffs. Oh my, sorry, the group stages. My word, yesterday was an absolutely fantastic day covered by Spartantano Bridges. Spartantano is getting a little bit of a break today. How many matches did we have that went to game 5s? I think we had, 5 plus 5, 14 games yesterday. And today we are in for some more action. I'm going to bring in my incredible co-caster who was here for all of the action yesterday, the lovely Bridget, to give me her thoughts as we get on and continue this incredible group stage as we look at Group B for the EUL. Bridget, welcome back. What a day you had yesterday. Give me your thoughts, because I was there for a bit of it, but my word, 2 games going all the way to best of 5s, and that final game ending at a game 4, and it was also Fearless Draft. Give me your highlights for a little bit of it.
I mean, it's just reinforcing how much I love Fearless Draft. I am actually so sad that's not our Worlds format this year. We have, like, more than enough Pokemon to make it, like, very fun and exciting. It just makes the draft a billion times more interesting, but I digress. At least we get more of the All-Star Draft today, and yesterday was teams who finished the regular season in, I think, 1st, 3rd, and 6th, and it was, like, so evenly matched. So these teams are technically even closer together in rank from their regular season. So I'm excited for some competitive games today, and I'll take the game 5s, but I was very sleepy afterwards.
I mean, they make us work with these games, but as we know, all the top 2 teams from each group come through. So I believe it was Rework Esport Core, the standing champions that made it through, and it was also Engage Academy that shocked everybody by defeating Diff as well, and they made it through to our playoffs as well. So we're going to determine who the next 2 teams are going to go through. But here are the standings. Bridget, Rework Esport Core standing top spot as they have been for this season and last season. How Vaporeon Hate is going to give them a run for their money because they are on a tear of form. Oman Boozaloof in 3rd, Dift in 4th. TTAR has gotten some momentum coming. 2 victories, gotten off that 0 case and fired up the table in that 5th spot. Engage Academy, Nasty Family was DQ'd. EUL Esports sitting in that bottom spot. But 3 teams today: Vaporeon Haters, TTAR, and Oman Boozaloof. I mean, you have had a chance to watch a few of these teams. Is there a team that really stands out to you? I mean, you and I, we've been giving you all the information of Tano and I from all of these players. We obviously have our own biases. I wonder if you have developed any of those from all of the stuff that we've been saying.
Tana was definitely talking up TTAR to me yesterday, just with their quirky picks, especially in this style of draft. That kind of strategy can work really well here when a lot of Pokemon are getting off of the board and may have some more unique matchups that actually work out when you are doing these kind of long draft lines. But I mean, Vaporeon Haters obviously the favorite, but Boozaloof pretty much right on their tail. So I'm excited for all of our sets today, really. It's really fun to get to see like the same teams go up against each other and how they both adapt their strategies like the longer we go in this group stage. So I'm excited to see how today plays out versus yesterday.
Yeah, so these are standings. If we can have a look at the group's production, thank you so very much. There you go. Group A, yesterday, Rework Esport Core, Engage Academy, and Dift. Those 2 top spots went to Rework Esport Core and Engage Academy. Vaporeon Haters, Oman Boozaloof, and TTAR are going to be fighting it out today. I believe it's going to be such a fun game. All of these are best of 5s, like yesterday. Maybe we go all the way to game 5s because that's going to take us so deep into the All-Star draft, Bridget, that, well, how many Pokemon do we have banned out? 5 on each side. That's 10 per game. By the time we get to game 5, we've got 40 Pokemon being banned out, plus the 6 original bans. But Bridget, that doesn't even count for half of the current Pokemon Unite roster because we are slowly coming up on that 100 mark for the amount of Pokemon that are in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, it's really fun. And even some of the Game 5 drafts, some of them got a little quirky, crazy, such as Greet It and Sableye strategies, you know, Mewtwo X and A9 as your tank and support type things. But really, some of them weren't even that crazy. Like, once upon a time, some of, like, at least, like, the team drafts, like the 5 team of Pokemon, didn't even look that crazy. Like you said, we just have so many Mons, especially all-arounders. There's so many all-arounders.
So many all-arounders.
But it made for some really, really fun games. So I'm excited. I'm curious to see if some of like the more niche choices we were seeing yesterday come out again today, but we still have, you know, the classic powerhouses, your Psyducks, your Yveltals. Palkia actually did pretty well across the board yesterday, but now we can look into the teams who are going to be in our first set of the day, TTAR and Vaporeon Haters. So kind of the big dog versus the quirky underdog in TTAR. So our underdogs being Team TTAR, who has Monkey, Armara. I feel like I always say that one wrong, but Knight, MDR, and Haru.
These are a fun team. I got to do a podcast with this team not too long ago. They're a really fun young team as well. They've kind of, like what we've been talking about, they're so quirky, but now they've started to kind of complement their quirkiness with some competitive meta picks as well. Amara has been doing very, very well on the Palkia. I believe Reshiram banned out, unfortunately. I mean, unfortunately or not fortunately, that Pokemon is busted to all belief. I mean, we're getting our normal bans as well. Psyduck and Umbreon are barely seeing any play, but in a Game 5 situation, at some point, you gotta let them out. But this is a team to watch. They can upset anyone. They can upset any of the big boys, and they've done it before. And Oman Boozalu, Vaporeon Haters. My apologies. It is going to be Vaporeon Haters. Indigo, Oscar, Laura Tucci, Zante, Voxsho. Zante, one of the best range attackers in EU. Oscar, a very, very powerful top laner. Their central laner, Laura Tucci, has so many unique picks that they can take into that central lane, including that Decidueye, which we have seen play Spirit Shackle and Razor Leaf. This is going to be a fun one. I can't wait to see what that first draft is going to enable for us, Bridget. I like to do this for Tano, so I'm going to do this for you as well. I'm going to ask you to predict the winner of this one and give me a score count just to put you on the spot, wake you up, and get this heated up as quickly as we can.
It's so hard without like seeing how they're coming into this, you know? But I mean, I'm gonna believe in Vaporeon Haters, you know, they've shown their consistency, but I feel like TTAR has some fight in them, especially in this format, so I'll say it'll be 4-1.
4-1. Okay. I like it. I'm gonna go for a modest 3-2. I think we're going to get to a game 5. We're going to go straight into our first draft. Pay no attention to all of the bans on the screen at the moment. They will fill up as we go. Feraligatr going to be the first one banned off, as is that Psyduck. Psyduck just so good right now, Bridget. The damage reduction that it has, the headache ability, Psychic or Surf, and the stacking damage with Bubble Beam. It's such a problematic Pokemon for such a cute little duck.
Yeah, he has a headache, but it's never stopped him before. We're seeing quite a few more supports join the duck on the ban bench for this first game. Blissey and Hoopa getting banned out, and wouldn't be surprised if Umbreon joins them, but a last-minute swap to the Skeledirge, which I don't hate either, since that range damage is pretty brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to be corrected here because one of my favorite players in the EU, Danny, is going to take the space of Azante, a legendary range attacker in her own right. I apologize, just reading what was off the team sheet. Everybody else still going to be the same for Vaporeon Haters as well as TTAR. Vaporeon Haters going to be on your purple side. Orange side is going to be TTAR as well. Eldegoss Hooper supporters are really not liked in this game right now. They bridge it, but Danny's going to pick up one of the strongest range attackers in that Yveltal, or as I like to call it, the Bacon Bird. I mean, Umbreon, one of the strongest defenders as well, is going to be paired up with arguably the best defender in the game in Snorlax. So very strong defensive core coming out for Vaporeon Haters.
Yeah, 2 of the strongest green backgrounds in the game, bar none, I would say. Really kind of crazy they got both of them, but totally understand TTAR wanting to prioritize that Yveltal, also a bit of a monster. Kind of couldn't go wrong. And to aid them, they actually pick up the Meganium and the Crustle. We saw a bit of Meganium yesterday, but it wasn't able to do all of that much. So curious to see how it does for them today.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that pairs with that Rock Tomb like we're used to seeing. Hopefully trap people in and allow Danny to finish them off. Oscar going to go pair bird for bird this time around. 3 birds, 2 fire chickens, and a bacon bird. Oscar going to go with the Moltres, a very strong top laner in its own right. Laura Tucci going to take that Blaziken into central lane. Now, when a Blaziken gets going, it is very, very hard to stop. Amara is going to pick up the Palkia and MDR on the Mew. A lot of really nice picks coming out from the side, and Karaki going for that Absol. What is really interesting right now, Bridget, is that MDR taking the Mew means Danny does not get the Mew. And if you give Danny a Mew, that is a problem that you have to deal with. So Vaporeon Haters are taking, TTAR taking something away from Vaporeon Haters' core very, very early on. This is game 1. Not access to our straight Pokemon, but this is the first time, I mean, continuous times we've seen Amara pick up that Palkia in game 1. Looking for a strong start is TTAR.
Yeah, I feel like TTAR kind of has a bit more of like super broken guys and maybe not the most broken guys per chance, whereas Vaporeon haters seem to have gone full meta from the looks of it. So we'll see how they stack up against each other. I do feel like Vaporeon haters has a lot more early game prowess. I mean, TTAR has the Blaziken and the Meganium they'll need to get online, but I would say the only like late game monster is maybe like Moltres and Yveltal. Obviously, Absol can kind of run away once they get fed, but not a lot of squishy guys that Absol really wants to run at. I guess the Yveltal, but he's still he seems kind of scary. I don't know if he's not squishy. He probably is because he's an attacker, but we'll find out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see because, you know, Absol did get that buff recently. It has been running Rough Shot throughout ranked as well. So Absol, you know, your classic hit and run kind of speedster as well. But if it does get caught, it does tend to go down easily. We're already in here. Mew and Umbreon in the bottom lane. Snorlax is going to go for a cheeky invade. Haru doing Haru things as well. We'll see. Torchic already got that red buff. Laura Tucci, no slouch on their own. It is going to get pick up both buffs. So ineffective central lane invade. Smart for Laura to just walk away because Snorlax can still do a lot of damage. Look at all cute. Ready for that summertime with that summertime Hollowware.
All of the Snorlax Hollowware are amazing. Really great job out of that combo skin, making sure to secure in the face of the Snorlax is no easy feat, but Snorlax gonna have to return to their lane. 4 members of TTAR hovering near this top path, trying to maybe get eyes on that Yveltal, but 4 members of Vaporeon haters are also up here as well. A lot of damage coming out from that Absol, and it's gonna be the combo skin who has to pay for it, but all of those HP bars on TTAR are low. 2 of them are KO'd by the Yveltal Bayleaf combo.
I mean, Oscar did enough there with the Moltres, taking a lot of people down low. Meanlook's going to go on to Danny on that Yveltal. But yes, Vaporeon haters getting the K open as 2 of them, in fact, to take advantage in that top path. Palkia's back up in the top path. Meanlook going to go on to the Bayleaf. But Bayleaf don't really care about that. They're just going to sit there, heal them up in the sun. Wait, Palkia does just a little bit too much damage. Oscar's not going to let the legendary get away. They are the OG legendary bird. And now they could get the score opener here. Vaporeon haters out the gate strong.
Yeah, loving this Bayleaf Moltres lane. Wow, not a sentence I would have thought I was saying like a year ago with the current Mon pool, but really, really strong from the both of them. I feel like it could have gone a little south, and that 4v4 Vaporeon haters did a great job getting those revenge KOs. And Moltres still hovering on this tier 1 pad. Luckily, some more members of TTAR are here for the defensive, getting a KO on that Bayleaf, and I think Moltres gets KO'd here too. 2 for Absol.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing about Absol, because if you are facing away from it, it is probably the worst thing you can do, because Absol can just hunt you down. Getting KOs back, they've gotten their experience. So TTAR not letting Vaporeon haters try and snowball right now. Crosswell trying to get some farm away from them. 111 to 72. We're going to have Reggie roulette time come and go very quickly. Going to see what Reggie each team are going to prioritize. Usually we see a Regieleki prioritization early on. However, we'll see what buff they decide to go as Reggie Drago gets taken off the field very quickly.
Yeah, TTAR prioritizing that middle Drago objective, but Vaporeon haters able to rip down that Regieleki in the bot lane, but top path, Absol Unite move already coming out there, gunning for this Registeel, and TTAR able to secure it, trying to make a push here in this top path to get a little exchange for that Aleki that's marching toward their tier 2.
Attack and special attack buff. However, Absol does not want to go in the face of a Crosswell. There's the beautiful light screen to push back Lauratucci on that Blaziken. They're going to try and push the pressure here. However, they still have a Registeel, but beautiful X's are coming out from Boxer to stun them away. Pursuit goes in. Danny gets taken down by Amara on the Palkia. Umbreon's Unite move is going to be popped and cause those extra shields. Meganium out in no man's land, and TTAR are using that Registeel buff to perfection. However, bottom side here, Bridget, they did let the Regieleki walk in, so they're a little behind on points right now, trying to make a decision whether they want to go in or not.
Yeah, they are gunning for this top path, but Vaporeon haters doing a pretty good job playing defense up there. Now everyone's kind of hovering in this central area. Really, Vaporeon haters just wants to keep both of their tier 1s up at this point, while Moltres gets a lot of damage off on the Snorlax, trying to get the KO. Might have been a little greedy, and yeah, does pay for it from TTAR's Absol.
Oscar chased and chased and chased and just fell into the trap of Haru. Danny's going to try and put some pressure here with Indigo as well. Unfortunately, the Firebird Inferno from the Moltres was absolutely quenched in that bottom path. 5.5 minutes on the clock. Been fairly good so far from both teams. TTAR showing a little bit more restraint than we're used to them seeing. Oscar just wants to chase Mew back in the top lane. We have the Blaziken going in with Lauritush. Those playing fists are going to go. Nice block from the Snorlax. Meganium going to pop that Unite move to provide team-wide healing, but both teams going to disengage right now. I think TTAR got what they wanted just then. They just baited out some moves just to see what Vaporeon haters are going. I'm liking this from TTAR so far.
Yeah, definitely agree. It's been a bit of a stalemate up in this top path. A lot of like poking and skirmishes, but no one quite winning a fight outright. Vaporeon haters is 5-man pushing in though. It looks like they were looking to either zone them out or make a move, and looking like the zoning is going to be the option as Reg Ice is spawned in and Vaporeon haters ripping it down. You can see on that mini map, members of TTAR are actually vying for that bottom path since they got that vision of how many members were upstairs. They just left their tanks to the defense, and Snorlax and Umbreon kind of doing a great job. Double Unite move just to keep this pad up, but Umbreon does fall, and Snorlax, although they held on for a while, that's a tough fight.
That's a lot of damage. That's a Moltres, that's a Blaziken, that's a Yveltal. In the bottom path, however, they did manage to get some scores in before they were stopped by Crossel. Now Regieleki is going to assist them on the path down. Unfortunately, for the side of TTAR, they just suffered 100 points into that top pad. Finally breaking a tier 1, have they? Palkia is going to go down combination play between Yveltal and Blaziken. 3 minutes on the clock right now, and Oscar gets caught out in no man's land as well. It's just tick for tat right now, Bridget. Right now, all these teams to go back. They're going to try and, play a little bit of Pac-Man, get all those yellow dots off the board, because we got another Reggie Drago going to spawn up in that middle path.
Yeah, both teams playing very cautiously, like taking some of the aggression when they can, but for the most part, very defensive from both sides, and it's pretty much paying off. Levels have been, I feel like, dead even this entire time. I've been trying to monitor them, but it feels very balanced from both sides here. Vaporeon haters having full control of this pit, gonna put Umbreon in a bit of a pickle, but they are able to escape, get some vision. Well, Absol makes a nice little back cap. That's super great macro for TTAR. They're definitely behind in points at this point with only 1 minute until our final objective, Kyogre, for this game one.
I think Amara just had to use their Unite move there to get out of here. The multidimensional Rend was not helpful in the escape. I believe, yes, they're just looking at the Unite gold dot above Amara's head. It is gone completely. They might not have that back, but I think Alkid does get that back quite quickly. And this is an incredible objective for Vaporeon haters to go into this first final objective.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I do believe Palkia's is pretty fast. And, I mean, in terms of Unite moves, maybe not like the best one. So understandable. And look, yeah, it's already ticked back in. Yeah, that's a super fast one. I thought it was like a minute, but that was like 40 seconds, which is kind of nuts. But 5 seconds until this Kyogre spawns in. Both teams on their respective sides. Vaporeon haters trying to kind of play a bit back, but you can see both of those all-arounders holding space on the top side of the pit. And now this is kind of waiting to find that engage, whatever team finds it first.
Yeah, look, Palkia might want to engage on that Moltres. We are 7 points between the two, so it is a very, very close battle between this in the first game. Rocktomb's going to block off the two defenders, but they answer back with a mean looks. Ooh, that Solar Beam is going to hit, but now we've decided to go in. Meganium's going to pop their Unite move first, as is the Absol, goes from behind to try and pick up the KO. We are getting KOs. Meganium is the first one to fall. Umbreon pops their Unite move. The Midnight France goes down. Lauritush is down as well, and it seems to be just Fox Show and Oscar left. The Firebird Inferno does get popped by Oscar, and it's a 4v1 situation. TTAR have turned this game around, but Oscar is still standing. That Kyogre is dangerously low. Can Oscar go for it? It is Oscar on the back. He put Vaporeon haters on his shoulders and carried them in a 5v1 situation.
Okay, them not giving him the penta there was crazy. They should have let him take that because, yeah, Vaporeon haters kind of like hard lost that fight. I'm not exactly sure what went on with I believe it was either Yveltal or Moltres, one of those big scary birds, was topside, and it seemed like Palkia just like totally chunked someone's damage, and when they went down to the bottom of the pit with their teammates, Mew was able to get the KO, and TTAR kind of steamrolled him from there, but leaving that Moltres up was the gravest of mistakes. I think Moltres had their Unite move still left in them, which just enabled them to get that 2 KO streak. The other members of TTAR were already half HP, and of course, the Moltres secures it. Like, you know, like that's just like how that works usually. But Vaporeon haters collect that one up.
I'm speechless. I mean, I've been watching Oscar for over 3 years now, and I know what an incredible performer that he is. But a 5v1 situation, Oscar takes out 2, clutches up the Kyogre as well. Unbelievable. I thought that match I thought it went TTAR's way. Beautiful final fight. You broke it down brilliantly, Bridget, but then, I mean, 116k damage. Taking 78 as well is remarkable. I mean, that would have given TTAR such good momentum heading on into the rest of the fights. But Vaporeon haters, they have been on a strong run, and it shows you why they are so back to good form. Oh, man. What a performance by Oscar. Really well done. But the question is, Bridget, how did TTAR respond to this right now? I think we'll see a few highlights. I hope we can watch the final fight again, possibly in slow motion if we can. Production, I know you're really good at that. But we've gotten slow-mo before, but I would love to have a look at that 5v1 situation. But again, a very, very good fight. TTAR not looking like the underdogs that we kind of have made them be. We might not actually get highlights. That's okay. That's okay. We live in the moment here at EUL this time round. But yeah, Bridget, Moltres, still a busted all-rounder in that top lane.
I know. I don't even know if we saw much of, if any, Moltresing around yesterday. Definitely some Zapdosing. No Articunoing, I don't believe. But yeah, that just kind of made me respect Moltres, honestly, a lot more than I had been previously. This is how I'm preparing for the Worlds meta, is the EUL group. So I'm expecting to learn a lot about what we're going to see in a couple weeks, despite this not being the Worlds format. But that is beside the point. I was really impressed with the Moltres. It's kind of insane. I honestly thought the Meganium was a really great lane partner for it. They just kind of ran top path, it felt like, and enabled Oscar quite a bit. So it was a really fun combo to see, but definitely the beauty of the format is none of these Pokemon can be picked again. So what they're gonna do is all over the place, really. Infinite possibilities, pretty much. But I don't think TTAR needs to, like, totally change their strategies. No. They looked great truly that entire game. It was really just, like, a small lapse in judgment, perhaps.
I think small is a little bit of understatement. Don't get me wrong. I love the TTAR boys, but in a 5v1 situation, in 90% of the time, 99.98% of the time, the people that have the 5 Pokemon up should be winning that one. But also, I do want to say, I do love your objective using, whether it's Zapdosing or Articunoing. I think we should be using that for all Pokemon moving forward. Next time we see a Psyduck Psyducking, I can't wait to call that if it is allowed out. But, I mean, interesting bans as well for the start. So we don't really, when we do All-Star Draft, we don't really talk about those 6 bans that we get, because it's kind of more based on like the 5 Pokemon composition from each time to make up 10. But a lot of supports being banned off in that initial 6, including the Feraligatr. So we had Blissey, Hoopa, and I believe Eldegoss as well. What do you make of that? Was that similar to the bans that you saw yesterday, where early on supports are being banned off, or are supports just that critical to the game that, I mean, eliminating from the game, you're kind of just forced to figure out if a Pokemon has self-sustain or if they have enough of a health bar and defensive stats to survive?
Yeah, honestly, it was more of a combination of supports and tanks on that ban list yesterday. I feel like that was like the heaviest, like, support-focused ban I'd seen in our group stage so far. Because usually, I mean, and they're going for it again. So far, pretty consistent bans. This is a super viable strategy, especially if you want to play the more of the crazy, quirky supports, which Vaporeon, like, I would say Meganium is, you know, a very mid to low tier support option, and Vaporeon Inhibitor's kind of gunning for that immediately. I mean, you can tell by their bans. I think this is their strategy for sure, playing this game, but they allowed the Hoopa through and they grabbed it for that prio pick.
I mean, this has got to be like a complete target to Indigo. Indigo is such a good support player, especially on all of those Pokemon, including the Alchemy. Danny's going to pick up the Espeon. I would say, apart from the Bacon Bird, Espeon seems to be the best range attacker in the game. However, we did just get the revival of Stored Power Raichu, which, if you guys know Danny, she is a lovely Raichu player. She's one of the best Raichus in the game. MDR is going to pick up another strong range attacker in that Typhlosion as well. Haru hovering the Mr. Mime pick, which we love to see. However, you ban out 3 of those supports. There's still a bunch that Indigo can go with. I mean, they hovered over that Vaporeon. Again, haven't seen much Vaporeon lately, but it's still such a problem because it has such good healing.
Yes, 100%. The disruption on that Unite move is pretty nice too, as well as its secondary move. So yeah, totally makes sense to see that almost support type tank moveset out of the Vaporeon, and Vaporeon haters also grabbing regular form Lucario. I feel like yesterday the Mega Lucario was a bit more shiny and flashy in our group stage, but base Lucario has its perks as well. TTAR grabbing some all-arounders of their own in the Empoleon and the Buzzwole. I think both of these are great picks.
I mean, I haven't seen much of the Empoleon lately. Love the Unite move, the Sovereign Slide, sliding right into anywhere that it wants to go. I mean, Karake on that Buzzwole also such a problem to deal with. Laura is actually going to pick the Raichu as well. I think Raichu right now actually does incredibly well coming out of that central lane. I always talk to Tano about this. Picking your central lane is, it kind of determines, you know, which central lane comes out stronger. Sometimes you have the 3-stage evolution. So if Amara is going to be in that central lane with that Empoleon, it's going to come out as a Prinplup, not fully evolved, not fully getting its damage stacks. However, Laura coming out of that central lane at level 5, going to have straight access to that stored power, going to be able to dash and weave and put on a lot of damage. But, I mean, got to talk about it right now. The star of game 1, Oscar, has opted for regular Lucario. So E-Speed is gonna be on the table for this one. Thoughts, Bridget?
I think we did see an E-Speed Luca yesterday. I mean, I'm no E-Speed professional. I'm more of a pup enjoyer myself. But I don't know if this is the team you want to be E-Speeding through. I mean, Mr. Mime, maybe the Typhlosion, I guess, but he can kind of like wiggle his way out of things with his moves, and then like Empoleon and Buzzwole. I don't know. Maybe you do want to E-Speed. I don't know. I don't know the rules there, but you're definitely right. If you're not going for Mega Luca, especially when it's wide open like this, you're obviously trying to use the other moveset, I have to imagine. So excited to see how Oscar pilots it. Obviously had a stellar end game in that first game of the set, so excited for our game 2.
I mean, I've been corrected straight away. Piplup's actually going to take the top path is Amara, and it's going to be Buzzwole into that central lane. Look at little Cyndaquil. I think it has to be the cutest Pokemon that starts at that baby evolution. I'm much more of a Totodile enjoying myself, but I can't deny a cute little Cindy boy. Raichu's already on a line in that top path, going to go early into that central lane. How quickly Pikachu clears that central lane is incredible. Buzzwole still very slow on the clear, so Vaporeon haters could get a nice little advantage early on as Buzzwole is a little bit slower, but Oscar's going to go in and pick up a nice KO on Hooper. KO opener coming within the first minute here, Bridget.
Yeah, really nice jungle gank out of Vaporeon haters, getting there that much faster. Kind of made all the difference. Getting Vaporeon that level 4 is crucial in this kind of early game, especially when that Piplup is still looking for its level 5. We do see the trick coming out of the Hoopa. Espeon coming up to show some support as well as that Mime for this 4v4, but Vaporeon haters going to try to make it worth their while, putting a lot of pressure on Haru, but eventually backing up. And for this game number 2, we are on the Groudon map, so we do have a Drago spawning in the middle here shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. And also notice that Alolan Raichu has got Electro Ball instead of stored power. Opting for those mines, just make sure that getting into those bushes is going to be a little bit more dangerous for TTAR. But the opponent hater is very good right now. They're making sure that TTAR can't get their way back into their game. You know, you let them fester for a little bit, do TTAR. They managed to. They are a team that's now slowly turning those disadvantages into advantages. Oscar going to go into the Hooper right now, targeting those supports. Indigo going to put the Muddy Water on, make sure Oscar can get away. Piplup dangerously low, chased down by Alolan Raichu in the top path. And there is just skirmish upon skirmish in this top path right now. Bridget, but so far, stalemate it is. Donut store for TTAR, however.
Yeah, Vaporeon haters has done a great job being aggressive in this early game. It makes it hard for TTAR to even get close to scoring on their goal zone. 4 members of Vaporeon haters hovering around this Reggie Drago. Some members of TTAR also keeping eyes on it for a possible steal situation, but Buzzwole trying to make sure that is not the case. Vaporeon haters does secure that Drago. Takes a lot of damage, but no KOs until Raichu gets one on that Quilava.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, right now, looking at Oscar, he has actually gone for pup close combat without the Mega Lucario as well. The nerfs to Mega Lucario are really hindering it, and Oscar's like, I'm just going to play the regular one right now. Indigo's going to steal up a Citrus Berry, and this lead is continuing to rise. Laura's going to look for a KO right now, protect the Blastoise. There is the Thunderstorm. Aerial onto the Buzzwole, picks up a KO with the Electro Ball Mimes as well. Hooper is here to help out. Nice stun coming through. Piplup, gets the KO on the opposing central laner. Typhlosion is here, sending those eruptions into the flame wheel and doing big amounts of damage. There we go. The Aquamarine Splash is going to be popped by Indigo. Muddy Water to try and push everybody back as they turn their attention to this Registeel. But whether it's a fight or not, TTAR is dangerously low right now. Registeel picks up the KO on Mr. Mime, but Buzzwole secures the Registeel, and now the push going to come from the side of TTAR.
Yeah, ever since that Empoleon got online, this was looking like way more of a game in TTAR's favor, getting that bottom objective. They are getting a little KO'd from Amara on that Lucario. Buzzwole does get a KO of their own, though, and Espeon kind of here to help clean up. Vaporeon haters doing a great job still handling this defense. Mr. Mime did go to that top path, finally got a Duncan for TTAR.
Closing that donut store was very, very important for the side of TTAR. Buzzwole can get some stacks right now as well if they decide to, but Indigo's going to be a problem on this Vaporeon. Done a brilliant job really just zoning out Karaka, because what Buzzwole does require is for you to get nice and close as well. The flip turn combination, Muddy Water into the Electric Ball, and Danny's just going to fire these Psyshocks from afar. Blastoise is going to take on a Typhlosion and a Hooper in the bottom pass. We got a 3v3 situation going on. Haven't even spotted where Oscar is right now. He's hiding somewhere. Nope, he's just regenning back at home pad. So stalemate all around, even though that top Regieleki has shown face here, Bridget.
Yeah, these teams seem to like to not overstep their boundaries during these mid games. Both teams playing so cautiously, always having someone on their pad to defend it. We have a big fight breaking out over this first Regieleki. Typhlosion for TTAR going to be the one who's able to grab it. Espeon is KO'd, and now TTAR is trying to make something happen off the back of this Aleki. Lucario kind of pulling them back to their home base, but Hoopa Portal on the bot side, all members of TTAR heading downstairs, trying to make something happen on this path where there might not be as many members of Vaporeon haters, but still nothing has converged quite yet.
I mean, Explosive Heat is going to be popped by the Typhlosion as well. We did see an Aura Cannon as alongside a Sovereign Slide. No access to Hydro Typhoon on the side of the Bosphore. We did see the combo trying to be played on to Oscar and the Lucario as well. Amara does go in, picks up the KO as well. Surfed back for their troubles. And now Blastoise is finally going to be taken down. And TTAR is looking incredibly strong. Once they got Typhlosion and Empoleon online here, Bridget, they have just been starting to win these team fights. They still have a Regirock to fight over, but Amara wants to take down the Vaporeon. Empoleon looking incredibly strong. Danny does find the secure on the Regirock despite doing so well in those team fights, and the combination play from the range attackers does pick up a KO on Amara finally, and they can push on to this tier 1, get a nice big 32 overcap, sending them into the 200s.
Wow, Vaporeon haters is so good at focusing, like calling their shot, basically. They were coming in, like they never really had more than 2 to 3 people defending that pad against 4 or 5 members of TTAR, but we're like picking the lowest HP member so well and just picking them off, and ultimately ended up stealing the Regirock as well, and then just totally winning that team fight. That was so impressive from Vaporeon haters. Amazing teamwork and target prioritization. But we have another little skirmish breaking out in this bottom path. I shouldn't say little, because all members of TTAR want this tier 1 pad gone, but with a Vaporeon, a Blastoise, and an Espeon launching Psyshocks into you, it proves to be a little difficult, and TTAR is just kind of backing it up, maybe trying to go for the Selecki, but Octatar is going to have this long gone. No, I'm wrong. He's trying to hold it. He doesn't know they're all coming. Yeah. Okay, he got it. He had it ready.
He had it ready. Goes for the Bone Rush. Not going to be stunned. He does get stunned. Bone Rush is just a little bit too early, but what has allowed that to happen is allowed the Regieleki to walk into that tier 2 right before this main objective is about to spawn up. We do have Oscar down. Going to be gone for 7 seconds. We're going to see what TTAR's going to do here. They're going to roll with the Hooper Unbound. TTAR's going to start this fight early, knowing that Oscar's not, Mime Showtime into the backline as well. Laura Tushi is the first one to fall, courtesy of Typhlosion. Hydro Typhoon comes down as Typhlosion has to exit stage left right now. Oscar is here, point blank. Goes the Aura Cannon into the close combat. Bone Rush comes in, and Oscar once again picks up a beautiful KO. Danny wasn't able to stop the 50. Not able to get the KO either. And, I mean, TTAR have got this by 20 points here, Bridget, because of that 100 bird. Can Oscar pick up the KO on Haru before he gets out? No, he cannot. We're going to have to take a refight. MDR, be careful. Please do not go down to an Altaria.
Yeah, these HP bars on some of these TTAR members right now are stressing me out. Meanwhile, Vaporeon haters taking control of this central area. They want to go for this Groudon. They're about to get the score check marker here, and they know that the left side team is in the lead, but no worries. Vaporeon haters secures the Groudon and 2 members of TTAR down. I think Vaporeon haters are going to have what it takes to score enough to take game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way that they played this, I thought TTAR had a very, very great idea to start that fight early, but just lost the ability to sustain. The Hooper trick healing was not enough this time around. I mean, even though Vaporeon was not fully going with the full Alka Ring healing, they were going with Flip Turn and Muddy Water to provide stun. The sustainability for the side of Vaporeon haters was just a little bit higher. Amara going down early as well on that Empoleon was a real struggle. So TTAR up against it right now, 2-0. One of the hardest things to do in esports, Bridget, is that reverse sweep. But they now have to win 3 games on the trot. I mean, based on their performance, it seems like they can do it. It's just that final fight that is really hindering them right now. I mean, I can't even say that because game 1, that was just an Oscar masterclass.
Yeah, truly. But I mean, Oscar was a pretty big difference maker in this endgame fight as well. They obviously got KO'd early, right before the Groudon spawned in, but when they finally res, they were able to just like run in full HP and almost get 2 automatic KOs and turning the tide over to Vaporeon haters. But Danny on that Espeon gonna be the damage lead in this lobby, 70k. I mean, the Psy Shocks were hitting. They were doing a great job hitting those targets. I mean, yeah, this double attacker comp out of Vaporeon haters looked really nasty.
Yeah, it did. I mean, Laura and Danny were doing brilliantly, 70k and 61 each. Amara really started to get going there, picking up some really nice KOs. However, it seemed like, you mentioned it earlier on, Vaporeon haters were very good at zoning in on singular targets, doubling up at certain targets, especially, you know, when Amara was starting to get going, they decided to double up on Amara. When MDR was starting to get low, they doubled up on them. So really, really good way of just kind of making the fight go in towards the way they wanted to do. They kept the score at 0 for a decent amount of time, but then also were really good at playing on the back foot. Every time TTAR tried to pressure them, they were able to answer. They were able to get what they needed to do as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, TTAR has not been looking bad at all during these games. I think our little pip at the bottom is wrong. It's currently 2-0 in favor of Vaporeon haters. So they are at match point. This is a best of 5, and our maps for the first 3 games are locked into being Kyogre, Groudon, and now Rayquaza. So sorry, Quasar. I know.
People get antsy about that pronunciation. It's
they
okay.
Don't like it. They don't like it. I used to call, Scyther Skyther, and yeah, that was not good for me. I can't defend that a little bit because, you know, I say words all the Tano and I mispronounce words all the time. We call Mamoswine Mamoswine, just for the love of the game. However, so we are heading into game 3 on our first set of the group stages. TTAR have improved immensely as a team over the course of the EUL. They managed to pick up their first 2 wins on the trot, and they are playing quite well right now. It is just that polishing off that we talk about at that final 2 minutes, because you can play brilliantly for 8 minutes, but if something switches off in that final 2, it is really, really hard to come back. But Game 3 feels like a different situation. We are getting the Rayquaza map, I believe, and that is completely different from Groudon and Kyogre. I think if you speak to 90% of the competitive player base, they'd rather do Kyogre and Groudon over Rayquaza. Those Rayquaza shields just seem a little bit too strong, a little bit too buff, not too much of a comeback mechanic going on there. But I mean, it is just, we will see if these teams just decide to go for a straight flip, Bridget, because at the moment, they have been fighting it out, and we have gotten some very, very good team fights. I wonder if the comps that they're going to select in this next draft are going to change up based on the fact that they got to face Rayquaza next. Yeah, it definitely does play a role into the types of comps that these teams like to play. And honestly, that's a good shout out. These fights haven't been going super in favor of TTAR. They're not doing bad, but Vaporeon haters does seem to be winning out in these final pit fights, which honestly are like the hardest thing I think to master as a team, is how to play that end game, because the amount of variables and like split second decisions that have to happen across like 5 different people, it's a lot. So and if it's like not working, or, you know, Vaporeon haters just like has that a little bit more unlocked, you can just rip the Rayquaza and not fight them. So there's an option here.
Just the simplest reason, if I just rip it and flip that coin, as much as yeah. I can't wait to see what we're gonna do. But Bridget, I'm gonna ask you, because again, we're still getting almost 3 supporter bans from the side of TTAR this time around. Do you think any of those supporters are gonna be allowed through? And now that we're at game 3, is there anything you really want to see? Because they're named TTAR for a reason. It's because Amara really likes to play TTAR. He also likes to play the Tinkerton as well. Is there anything you want to say I see come out of the woodwork? You know, something just to, it's a game 3, might as well throw something in there.
You're not wrong, but man, I'm not really sure. Oh, what do I want? What do I want? Honestly, I love to see Meganium, so I'm already pretty happy with that. I don't think Chandelure is like that good, but I like Chandelure. It looks like TTAR may be pivoting from their strategy at least a little tiny bit, not going for full support bans by the looks of it. I believe TTAR still is in that first pick position, so maybe they just like release one support each game and then they secure that one since they are the prio pick. But Vaporeon Hater is going to add at least one other support to the board, so no Psyduck, Alcremie, or Blissey, and then our DPS bans are Skeledirge, Mega Lucario, and Feraligatr.
It's interesting that, I mean, Vaporeon haters have decided to ban the Mega Lucario as well after using regular Lucario in the next one. Vox are going to pick up the Trevenant straight away. So that means Eldegoss is allowed through just based on the bans that we had in game number 2. This is game number 3. It's set point, well, match point, essentially, for the side of Vaporeon haters. I mean, here we go. The Comfey is going to be played. Now, I'm interested to see what is going to join the Comfey. Is it going to be a Pawmont? Because we have been seeing a lot of Pawmonts running around going with that Sweet Kiss combination, which makes it even harder to get away from Pawmont. But it's risky right now with what Indigo is hovering over, because I said it before here, Bridget, I don't know if you agree. You take all the damage away from Suicune, it's still one of those top picks, especially with the amount of crowd control that it is able to use. Danny gonna answer here with a Sylveon, gonna scream to win for this one.
Yeah, Hyper Voice Sylveon definitely been a popular choice. Love this Metagross pick out of TTAR. We actually saw some really solid Metagross gaming yesterday in our group stage. Mewtwo Y, an interesting choice. Haven't seen much of the Mewtwo Y. Surprisingly, more so Mewtwo X. I guess they did get a little bit of a buff. I also just want to say, I saw people talking smack about TTAR trio queuing with the Comfey. Well, they're playing the Comfey. They were practicing, you guys. I'm gonna, like, it's legal. As someone who doesn't play ranked and has, like, no stake in that game, they were just practicing for the All-Star draft. So we are gonna see what they are cooking. And they do equip that Pawmont for their final pick.
I did call it. I do love me a Pawmont. Between Pawmont and Mimikyu, my all-rounders are set right now. I mean, Pawmont is good because it is so hard to get away from a Pawmont when it has that Volt Switch into that Supercell Slam. That Sweet Kiss can make sure that you cannot get away. Then also the Unite move, the Zip Zap Full Charge Spark, which is probably one of the hardest Unite moves to say, especially in the moment. So appreciate every time that either Bridget and I have to say that today. I like the team. Amara does a very good job here frontlining with that Metagross. If we decide to go Gyro Ball, it is going to be a little bit harder to catch the double Eevee duo right now. And it's going to be interesting to see whether Laura decides to go Icicle Spear or Icy Wind. And just before I get your take on that, Bridget, no outright secure tool for each team, even on the Rayquaza map. Looks like they just want to fight.
Yeah, fighting good. I mean, that Glaceon is going to be able to shred any objective on this map for sure, especially with the Garchomp of it all. I mean, yeah, not like secure specific type Mon, which really hasn't been super popular. We really haven't seen too much Blaziken. We did see it in our set today. Urshifu is basically like a non-existent right now, so I mean, I guess the Lucario, but obviously the Lucarios were banned out. But here we go, potentially our final game of this set if Vaporeon haters are able to clutch it up. But we shall see how this goes on the Rayquaza map.
Gut check time for both teams. Conf is going to heal that Beldum up. Again, probably one of the weakest Pokemon, I would say, in the early stage of the game. They have to get to that level 5 to get access to Metang, which gives it access to that Gyro Ball. However, Danny's going to get access to that, what I assume is going to be that Hyper Voice straight out the gate, straight away. There it is. Karen mode initiated as we start to get a little bit of screaming on the board. Karuge is on that poor Mo. Can never tell because they look so similar. Again, I think they might have also thought that the Zartus were gonna appear because this is the
They did
Rayquaza
that
map, so
yesterday.
no Zartus, but Altaria's about to form here down the bottom. Gonna wait to go in. The Supercell Slam is gonna go in as well, try and pick up. However, Voxo does get saved due to that evolution into that Trevenant. Danny picks up the K opener on the Beldum, and MDR just is gonna have to run away from all of the damage that Sylveon can outdo.
Yeah, Danny kind of running shop in this lane, not even afraid of the enemy jungler or even a 4v2 situation with just how strong that Sylveon is in this early game. Some members of Vaporeon haters even going on a bit of a field trip to that enemy jungle. Looks like Pawmi is having a similar type of vacation, just doing a little tradesies from the looks of it. So really, we could have just stayed in our own jungles, but I guess that's a little more fun and exciting. Matang finally online, getting some KOs. Doesn't quite secure it on the Sylveon, but Suicune is here to help out, and they might be in a bit of a pickle. No, the Sylveon's in a pickle. Amara is just doing numbers on this pad, but we have Glaceon here with that Icy Wind, finally KOing the Matang, and now Mewtwo is trying to get out of dodge, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. Pawmot online with the Sweet Kiss gets a KO. This is kind of going back and forth, 2 KOs for the Pawmot.
I mean, doing brilliantly are they? We do see Icy Wind Glaceon, so that does take away what I was saying about with the secure, great secure tool with the Icy Wind, also does big amounts of damage. I mean, the Comfy also going from the Metagross to the Pawmot is also a really good shout. That Gyro Ball providing the shields, but it was ultimately the crowd control coming out from the Trevenant and the Suicune that allowed the Gyro Ball to just stop in its tracks and pick up the KO finally on Amara, who's at that level 7, just one level, I mean, underneath that Pawmot. Now going on into that top part, Gabite, sorry, is in a little bit of bother. Gonna get Gyro Ball for their pressure, gonna try and get out. Goes for the scoop and the eject, and Oscar just barely on an HP and a dream manages to get out. But however, Amara chases down. It's not gonna let a tasty snack like a Gabite get away. Pick up the XP berry, and Amara says, "See you later, alligator." For alligators actually banned, just for those of you who are aware. But 6:30 on the clock. Very, very competitive game. A lot of fighting going on, especially for a game 3.
Yeah, this feels, although like scoreboard pretty much the same, all of these goal zones are still up. Vaporeon haters grabbing that Aleki in the top path. Meanwhile, looking like TTAR should have secure on this Regit Ice down bot as they are zoning out members of Vaporeon haters. Suicune has made an appearance, so that makes its job a little tougher, but Pawmot from TTAR does get that bottom objective. So even once again, going tit for tat at these first Reggie objectives. Both teams kind of backing off quite a bit as both their tier 1s are still up in this bottom path, but we're going to see at least a little fighting over these Altaria spawns. Big evolution for Oscar on that guard drop, who sprints right in and of course has to hit the Unite button as soon as they get it.
I mean, a livid outrage is going to be wasted there. It does keep Oscar alive. However, the Hyper Voice is going to go down. Mewtwo is going to fall. The crowd control from this Suicune is just too strong. We saw the engagement of the Supercell Slam was going to go through, but, I mean, Karake decided that they just didn't want that because there's 5 members of Vaporeon haters there. On the opposite side, they're looking to try and break this tier 1 in the top path as well. If they can get the 40 before Oscar gets there, that's going to be a nice little overcap, which only takes this to a 52-point game. Man, I'm always impressed with my math sometimes, Bridget. That was good. But what I'm impressed with right now is Vaporeon haters wants to try and push TTAR right out the gate, and they have done that brilliantly. Back to a stalemate, back to some farming right now.
Yeah, TTAR heading back to the only tier 1 left standing. There's on the bottom side. There is another objective spawning in up top. I'm sure the bottom Aleki should be right behind it, but now both teams just kind of getting in position. Vaporeon haters maybe looking to sneak even a back cap on that bottom goal zone, but all members of TTAR are up in this top path for this second objective. Suicune does have a little bit of vision, but I think once they see how many members are up there, they may just have to back it up.
Yeah, it looks like TTAR just going to go for the rip straight away onto that top objective. The Regieleki is going to walk down on to that tier 2. Now, the decision is, do they go and try and push this as well? Like, because they've got the vision now. Mewtwo getting away from the teleport, but not from the Icy Wind. Garchomp is the only one to protect that top pad, as it looks like Vaporeon haters are going to secure this Regirock down bottom. However, how long can Oscar survive for? And the answer was not very long at all. Suicune is there. There goes the infinite Cyburn from off the screen, as we are just watching Glaceon rip this Regirock. Amara and Haru are gonna exit stage right and not push their luck too bad. They did pick up a KO. Woo! Karake dangerously low in the enemy team's central lane, looking for that emotional support Comfey, if you will.
Yeah, I can't believe they let him just jump right out of there. Maybe they didn't really clock he was there. I don't know. The Palmot moves so like erratically with that like jumpy Supercell Slam move. It's like hard for me to like track where they're going. But both teams, at least TTAR, backed up in their jungle. Vaporeon haters moving in deep, trying to get any of this farm to keep at least some kind of level lead. But levels looking pretty similar despite Metagross trying to square up with this Garchomp. Garchomp looking like they're in a bit of trouble. It is KO'd by that Mewtwo. HP bars are low on TTAR. They do have to back it up a bit. I think Vaporeon haters, yep, is going to get at least one revenge KO. So another kind of tit for tat situation, but Vaporeon haters is just playing so far forward.
They're playing very well because all that distraction there just allowed Danny to increase that score lead by 48, which was enough. They've got more than a 100-point lead right now. Lapras jumping right into a Suicune. And I have to say, Bridget, the Indigo stuns right now coming out from this Suicune have been monumental to stopping the kind of onslaught that Metagross and Palmont can do with this Sweet Kiss Comfey attach. Right now, we got 15 seconds until this main objective, and Danny gets caught out quickly. TTAR could have a nice little fight going on because it's a 4v5 situation. They're going to start it straight away alongside the Computing Crush with the Metagross. Going to go with the Phantom Forest. Flowering Fields Forever is launched by the Comfey as well. Side Strike onto the Glaceon, takes it out. And once again, TTAR have had an absolutely brilliant engagement right now. Hornley goes through to try and distract this. Oscar is just going to save themselves until Danny gets back. They can go in right now. The Fairy Frolic is there. Can Danny secure this one? It's Vaporeon haters who gets to secure. It was Vaporeon haters again. Danny does brilliantly with the Sylveon.
Oh, okay. I mean, we did rip it. We did rip it for sure, but maybe didn't have the most clutch secure there. But yeah, I mean, Vaporeon haters stays securing these end game objectives. I mean, Danny was ready for that action, and Oscar was still up and had pretty decent HP to sprint in there as well. I mean, just the end game we've been seeing out of Vaporeon haters today has been so clean. TTAR, once again, literally could have won every single one of these games. Palmont at least getting some of their KO numbers up there in the end, but 40 seconds left on the clock. It's not a fully insurmountable lead, but there still is a tier 1 up. But man, this Eevee combo is just so annoying to deal with, even without the Kyogre or Groudon shields.
Yeah, you get shredded. I mean, oh no. Please tell. I think the Glaceon, the final hit went to the Altaria, but Amara has got picked up a 2 KO streak right now with 19 seconds left to go. There is only 200 points, 300 points between this, Bridget. We got 200 between the Comfey and Amara on that Metagross, but they're just not going to get the chance to score it at all. As we wind the clock down, it is actually just a tale of woe for TTAR right now. Game 1, they eliminated all of Vaporeon haters. It was Oscar that put the team on their back, scored again. Game 2, once again, they had, I would say, the better fight. But then the refight did not go their way. Game 3, they once again took 4 members down of Vaporeon haters. Danny going down early. Oscar, the only one left alive, made the smart decision to disengage until the Sylveon was going to come back in. And Danny managing to secure with the ticks of Hyper Voice. I mean, TTAR in winning ways for 2 out of 3 of those games. You can even argue 3 out of 3 of those games. I don't know, unlucky. I'm not going to call it skill issue there because that just seems too harsh for the side TTAR because they played brilliantly in that game, especially that final fight where they caught Danny out early and went for the rip.
Yeah, and even kind of went to take the fight too, like you said, got pretty much everyone else out of the picture except for Oscar, who just remains a little too slippery in these endgame fights. That guy seems to be hard to catch, but Amara actually gonna be the KO leader in this third and final game of this set, but was not enough juice there. You have that huge catch out from TTAR, and this is the remaining of this Rayquaza fight. Another big catch on Indigo on that Suicune, getting one of those hindrance tanks out of the way. Now at least you just have to deal with the Trevenant instead of both of them is majorly helpful. I mean, Glaceon goes down, the two highest levels on the team. Sylveon, of course, respawning back in, and HP bar's looking good on TTAR. They do eventually get this Trevenant down. Of course, it takes always way too long to deal with that guy, but then they allow the TTAR or the Garchomp to be in waiting. Sylveon launches its Unite move, beautifully done by Danny there. I thought they got it with a Hyper Voice tick, but no, it was that beautiful Sylveon Unite move landing perfectly on that Rayquaza, and yeah, clutched it up for Vaporeon haters.
Yeah, they did absolutely brilliantly there. You also saw, I do believe it was the Rayquaza stun that came up and actually hit everybody on the side of a TTAR as well. Again, it allowed everyone to come back in. I mean, we saw the Trevenant also take the attention away from Oscar, kind of sacrificing themselves, allowed Oscar to disengage after that Livid Outrage. They had the timing down, I think just a little different of a tick, but very frolic. It does it again for that Sylveon. But I mean, what a great first game. It wasn't a game 5, Bridget, but it had as much excitement as some of the game 5s that we get to witness. But we're going to go to our next match. It is going to be TTAR going up against Omon Buzaloof. I hope I'm saying that correctly. I'm hoping that TTAR's mental hasn't shifted too badly yet because they, again, played incredibly well. But they've got another tough task against Omon Buzaloof. Don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, and I promise you, Bridget and I will be right back. And now. Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the group stages for the EUL. My name is Loba, and as always, my email is in bio. I am joined here by the fantastic Bridget. How are you doing today, Bridget? I mean, I don't know why I'm asking how you're doing today. That's just courtesy. I'm pretty sure we're both doing fantastic, especially after that first game, the first set that we just watched.
Yeah, it was quite a fun one. Scoreboard doesn't really do TTAR justice and just how close they were in every single one of those games they were in, but they do have a chance to redeem themselves in our second set of the day. TTAR will be up against Oman Buzaluf. Still a really formidable team, definitely gonna be a bit of a fight, but with just how much fight TTAR was putting out already, I think they have it in them.
Yeah, I do very much think that they have it in them. They need no introduction. If you've been here for the first part of the stream, they put on a 3-game belter against Vaporeon haters as well. But we're going to go straight into Oman Buzaluf. We got Mabok, Pule, Traffy, Mifo, and Bingo. I mean, these guys have a very strong team in their own right. Traffy themselves won EUL in 2025. They won EUC in 2025. And they have got so much experience throughout the entire grassroots scene here, Bridget. These players are so good at playing together. They're so good. And they've come together and formed a very, very strong team. So I'm excited to see how they go up against TTAR. Now, based on what we saw with TTAR, we've seen the creativity that they have. We've seen some of the comps that they've had now, but the big thing right now is, have they suffered a mental setback after going 3 games down in very, very close games? I mean, TTAR was, we'll recap it, they were 4v1 against Oscar, who put on a performance of a lifetime in game 1 on that Moltres to clutch out the secure. They were very close in game number 2, where they had to take a second refight. In game number 3, Danny decided to put the team on their back and take the secure as well, after TTAR secured and got a 3 KO knockout at that final objective. So it's all going to be down to if TTAR can keep their mental this time.
Yeah, 100%. At least they were able to have a little bit of a break in between these matchups. They are maybe a bit more warmed up for this format than Buzaluf is right now, playing their first set of the day. But we shall see. Already seeing a little bit of a pivot in strategy from Team TTAR. We are seeing the Psyduck banned out, but instead of supports, they're going for more of these maybe damage dealers or even target bans, getting Machamp out of here and the Skeledirge.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we've seen this, I think, throughout EUL here, Bridget. Psyduck and Umbreon just not going to be allowed to play. They're just so strong right now. Umbreon still one of the strongest Pokemon to take down. We did see TTAR get access to Umbreon in game number 1 of the previous set. However, the Vaporeon haters just had the damage to be able to deal with it. So it wasn't super effective, but I mean, still a body that is very, very hard to get rid of. Snorlax, I still think Mamoswine is the best defender in the game, but Snorlax would take that cake for number 2 or number 1 themselves. Monkey going to pick up the Blissey. Whether they decide to go heals or Safeguard Helping Hand, we will only be left to decide. And Traffy going to lock in the tried, true, tested, the day 1 main, that Greninja.
Yeah, love the prio pick of the Traffy Greninja. You never know with only one team able to pick it, and then it's gone from the set forever. I understand Traffy wanting to prioritize that thing, as well as the Yveltal. The Blissey first pickup from TTAR I have to respect, but some quirky picks following it up in the Delmise and Mewtwo X.
Ooh, I actually really like this. We do see in EU right now, Delmise is being kind of used as that pseudo, I want to say frontline-ish defender, you know, with that Whirlpool moveset, alongside the Mega Mewtwo X, which is a lot more bulkier than its Y counterpart. However, a lot more stock standard coming out from the side of Oman Buzaluf. Olay is going to be going to lock in that Elder Glock with Bingo on the cross. So now, I am such a fan of Eldegoss. I think it's one of the most underrated supporters, especially considering it just got a buff in one of our most recent patches. So it pairing up top lane with what I assume is going to be a Galaxy on this final all-rounder pick, because Traffy's going to go take that central lane. Karaki is actually going to take one of Traffy's other mains away from him, which is that Cinder Ace. So a lot of tennis being volleying back and forth. I'm going to go with that one. Bridget.
Yeah, that one sounds right. I'm no tennis guy, but I'm pretty sure they do some volleying in that sport. I was definitely scratching my head a little bit to that Galaxy Scizor gutter pick. I'm not sure what about this is giving Scizor game or what about any comp says Scizor game, but I am excited to see it. Usually we see a Scyther pick out of that Pokemon, but with this comp, I would imagine that they want an all-rounder to round it out instead of a speedster, but we shall see how they're able to pilot it and position it.
I love the fact that you said gutter pick, because I haven't heard that before, and I love it. I'm going to steal it. I mean, it's really interesting.
That's a Doob Snacksism. That's probably where I got that.
Our casters out to steal from each other. That's fine. Not stealing, it's just caster appropriation, if we will.
Yeah.
But I do like this interesting. I actually am so used to being able to tell if it is a Scyther or a Scizor, but the Rocky helmet is throwing me for a loop. Usually, I mean, Scyther does really like that full heal. The Muscle Band plus the Razor Claw usually does indicate a Scyther, but I'm thrown here for this one, but I guess we'll find out when we find out. It might even be Traffy going into lane with that Greninja and allowing Galaxy to take that second lane. Nope, I'm completely incorrect. It is actually just going to be a top lane Scizor. I mean, that's the most interesting all-rounder pick that I've seen so far in this, well, it's still the current season right now because what hasn't happened, so interesting pick.
Yeah, definitely not one we've seen yet in this group stage, but am definitely excited for it. You can see Blissey was kind of looking out for any type of invade for their jungler, but no, everyone gonna remain in their respective lanes while both of these little baby junglers who deserve to be invaded are let off the hook this time around, but just gonna be poking and prodding at one another in lane. Nothing too crazy so far. Looking like Delmise has quite a bit in their pockets, meaning TTAR maybe winning out on those contested farms. We are on the Kyogre map to start out with, so there are Natus in this central area, which our junglers are prioritizing, and Crustle going to get that crucial level 4 from it too.
Yeah, that's important for the Crustle. Both central laners are going to meet in the middle right now. Eldegoss is going to get burnt here. However, Raboot is going to get put in its place and going to be backed right off. Amara is not afraid at all. They don't have much healing right now because their Blissey got knocked out. Monkey doesn't have their evolution yet. They need to get that right now. There goes the Blissey into the evolution. Let's have a look at what Blissey is going to play, because I feel like with not much crowd control going on to the side of Omon Buzaloof, heals might be better to keep Amara nice and healthy. And Bulky, I am mistaken again. It is Safeguard.
Yeah, it's honestly... Blissey suffers from having too much success in both of their movesets. They're just like both so good. You really usually can't go wrong. We do see that Scizor evolution out of Galaxy, but kind of just more of a stalemate. This poor Drizzile might not be long for this world. That invisibility being OP, though. I guess Traffy did not see them, but man, one auto attack and Drizzile has a much different story ahead of it. It does look like Traffy is running that Surf build, which he used to secure the Regidrago.
Traffy on that Surf is going to look for that Word of Shuriken Unite move and then try to clean up with Surf, as we have seen them do on countless occasions. About to say, need to go to spec saves if you can't see that Inteleon in the bush. 2-for-1 glasses, as I am well aware, but this is a Scizor in that top path. I mean, interesting shout. It does allow Scizor to stay in there and brawl with Amara right now. Bottom path, we do have Traffy looking for that KO on the Mewtwo, but it is Bingo that gets the Bingo to take Mewtwo back to see Nurse Joy. 7 minutes on the clock, and Traffy is closing in on that Unite move, which allows him to just clean up Reggie Roulette, come and gone, Reggie Ice. In the top part, Yvettel Mifil is looking like they want to go for this one. Monkey is looking to try and go for that safeguard, but it is Yvettel that manages to take out the Blissey, but that allows Karake to pick up the secure on the Reg Ice with that Cinderace. So far, still donut store for TTAR, but they've been in that situation before, Bridget. They always find a way back.
Yeah, huge Pyro Ball out of Team TTAR, but that Crustal X scissor combo with the wall, a bit devastating, but Hyrule pulls them in, gets the KO. Momentum swinging back toward TTAR. Cinderace with the 2 KO streak on a bit of a roll after Oman Buzalov was kind of winning in the early minutes of this game, but TTAR getting some really valuable momentum in this mid game. They do have that Aleki walking toward their tier 2 on the bottom side, and man, really the only thing left to do is get some points on the board.
Yeah, they had a nice pull-in on the Scizor with the anchor shot, like you said, with the Pyro Ball doing big amounts of damage. Amara looks like they want to fight again. The Whirlpool's going to give them shields. Beautiful Rock Tomb to cross them off. They're going to use the X Speed to get on here, and Amara has called for backup as we see Cinderace and Blissey making their way back to the top path. However, Haru is in a dangerous situation here. Does manage to get themselves out of that with a nice quick teleport. Just another pseudo built-in eject button. Players are going to look to do some scouting for Yvettel. That is very, very funny. The likes of a flower protecting the big, dangerous bacon bird.
It is extremely funny seeing all of these new legendaries on the map. Yesterday, I think we had a game where a team picked Yvettel and Palkia, and I was just like, this just doesn't look correct. But Delmai's not afraid of the big scary bird. Maybe a little more afraid once they realize the Scizor is there to help them out. Just landing these anchor shots. It's so satisfying to watch because anytime I've played Delmai's, I'm not hitting that many of them.
I mean, anchor shot into the seaweed snare. So Amara's Unite move was used without the rest of their team being there. They have managed to pick someone out. Caught the Scizor off guard. Nope, the Scizor is going to do the Reggie Ice. Here we go. The rest of TTAR going to come through. The Blazing Bicycle Kick comboed with Amara into the Bliss assistance. He's going to secure that Reg Ice. The Blissey is going to go. Where's the Infinite Cyber going to drop down? The Cotton Clark Crash is going to come out from the Eldegoss as well. Traffy hits the Water Burst Shuriken. Going to try and pick up the Executes, but it has been stopped in its tracks. Going to go after the Inteleon. The Acrobatics was not enough to get away, and Traffy looking for the cleanup was only limited to 1 just now, but this fight is not over. The Red Illusion Dive gonna come through from the Scizor as well, as long as the Rubble Rouser gonna take all of that damage and fire it right back at TTAR. Oman Buzalov looking for the shutout right now, and so far they have pitched a perfect game here, Bridget.
Yeah, what an amazing counter push after losing that Reggie Ice. I mean, they just totally took over that game by being able to split up Team TTAR, not allowing half of their members to return back to their pad, getting the KOs on them off pad, and then collapsing on to that tier 1. Really, really good stuff. I mean, Buzalov has just been able to keep TTAR at bay this game. I mean, the levels aren't horrible, really. Both teams have a level 12. Unfortunately, Traffy was hiding in the shadows of their jungle to get their level 13. A nice back cap from this little duo up in the top path. Just feels like TTAR needs to find their footing against this team.
Yeah, it seems to kind of struggle with just the way their comp is going. There's a lot more, I want to say, team synergy on the side of Oman Buzalov's comp. As we go, Crosswell could go down here. A nice KO to try and start gaining some momentum right now at the 3-minute mark, letting the Regieleki go. The Bacon Bird just decides that they don't want to get crispy trying to defend that pad. However, they're now, with the support of Traffy, they're going to look to try and engage. The anchor shot does miss. Traffy level 14. That is a dangerous level for a Greninja to be at. With 40 seconds left to go here, Bridget, final objective on the board, top side. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? A defensive Regirock buff is going to be good for TTAR if they can manage to secure it.
Yeah, but all members of Boozaloof plan to meet them up here. Haru, in a bit of a pickle, does get caught behind that Crustal wall, takes the X scissor. Crustal has just been having such devastating catchouts with that Rock Tomb ability, just fully set up the space for their team to capitalize on that Regirock in the top path. They now have full control over this pit, and Bingo is going to make sure it is difficult for Team TTAR to enter in here safely.
Yeah, look, they're going to pop the Azure Spy Vision for as long with the Infinite Cyber, and Traffic goes with the Water Bear Shuriken. Mewtwo is the first one to fall as well. Bliss Assistance is going to be used on Amara, who's going to stay in there and just keep swinging that Ghostly Anchor as far as they can do. They pick up the Citrus Berry. Scizor dangerously low. Amara decides to pull in the Crustle as well. The Liquidation is just not enough damage as Traffy finds their targets and executes to perfection. The rest of TTAR are finding their way back up. It is a 3v4 situation with Yvetol, the only casualty on the side of Oman Boozaloof. They're going to take the refight here. They're going to get the Kyogre dangerously low. The teleport has to come out from the Mewtwo X once again. Kyogre back to only half health as they continue to try and hit it. TTAR need to find their way back in here, Bridget, but now the Scizor's going to do what they got to do. Can they get in? They cannot. And that's going to be a clean fight for Oman Boozaloof.
Man, Crustle just felt like such a difference maker in the positioning for these fights. I mean, it just felt like it was impossible for TTAR to break through that front line that Boozaloof was able to pilot so well. Traffy just getting higher and higher in level as this late game went on. It just puts out so much damage. Man, this comp out of Boozaloof was just so lethal, and I feel like TTAR held on for that in that beginning to mid game pretty well, but Traffy kind of just like got away from them, and maybe they suffered from lack of pure tank when going up against this Crustle. Maybe a bit more. Was it a liquidation Inteleon?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Yeah, maybe could have benefited from those those bigger snipe shots that could have chunked out the Crustle at least a little bit more, but that's kind of just picking hairs here. It just felt like Bingo was playing such a clean game with that Crustle.
No, I agree with you. I agree with everything that you just said there. It just felt, like I said, the side of Oman Boozaloof, Traffy, kind of just allowed to do his own thing. Once Traffy gets to that phase where he has his Unite move, you see him engage in team fights most of the time with that Unite move to try and pick up the execute. Still got equal top KOs with Galaxy. That Scizor was a very, very good pick. I have to say, very bulky, has a lot of self-sustain, and alongside Palais in that top path, 8 assists for both Bingo and Palais, so the supports and tanks really doing their thing. Unfortunately, only 1 KO each for Haru and Amara. And I do have to say, the liquidation there was always going to be a struggle. Perhaps it was picked to try and track Traffy in that when they go into that smokescreen moveset that they have. It doesn't really do much to Galaxy unless you have all the crits up. It doesn't do much to Bingo either. So the damage really not flowing. And of course, Bingo did brilliantly to really lock down that Cinderace. But what that does do is it stops Traffy from picking his second most used Pokemon in the EUL, which is that Cinderace as well. But they have a lot more in that kit. So TTAR up against it right now. They haven't managed to find much momentum. That this match seemed a little bit more, I want to say, flustered from them. So they need to recheck, they need to reset and find their way back into this set.
Yeah, I feel like they just are trying new things, which I have to appreciate even from that previous set. And maybe, yeah, it's more of a long game there. We see that Pyro Ball out of Kurate, something like that. The Cinderace for TTAR. And yeah, they really were looking pretty solid in this early to mid game. Also securing this second Regice up here with such precision from their Unite moves, but this is kind of of the team fight where it started to go the other way. Boozeloof utilizing their Unite moves up in that top lane fight and gaining a lot of momentum up there. Here we have the beginning of the fight also starts out pretty even, one down for each. One of the players on Boozeloof, that Yveltal, being a pretty devastating loss, and this fight kind of gets in an awkward position as it goes further and further back into TTAR's jungle. Traffy just utilizing all of those bushes on this Kyogre map to remain hidden in plain sight and just unlaunching those Greninja auto attacks, just doing so much damage with the A button alone. Doesn't even really need to hit the surf button that much. So it's a tough one, but maybe TTAR is playing the long con in this and was more so looking for mons they wanted to draft that they didn't want Boozeloof to have later. So there is still a lot of games left, and I don't think TTAR is out of it just yet. I feel like they have a couple tricks up their sleeve, so I'm excited to see what they're looking to do next.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's interesting just watching some of those fights back. We saw the Inteleon kind of going 1v1 with the Scizor. However, it was Amara that brought the rest of Omon Boozeloof towards them. They anchor shotted, I think, what might have been a stick flick, because I thought they might want to anchor shot the Scizor away from the Inteleon to pick up the KOs, but what it allowed to do is allow Traffy to just come up underneath, undetected, to pick up the KO and really pressure their ranged attackers. I have been told, however, here at Bridget by production, that TTAR has defeated Omon Boozeloof in the regular season. So they can do it. They managed to, I don't know if it was them that they got their first victory over, but one of their 2 victories in the regular season did come from Omon Boozeloof. So they definitely have the tools in their kit to be able to do it. Let's go into game number 2. Umbreon going to be the first ban off, and I'm very curious to see how TTAR answers this, but Bingo, they don't want to deal with any of that Metagross, Palmont, Comfy shenanigans that we saw in set 1.
Yeah, definitely some shenanigans there. Comfey, just such a versatile support mon, can just make so many things that are already good even that much more broken. So don't blame them for taking that resource away from them. TTAR kind of going back to one of their more original strategies and getting out a lot of these support type mons. I think the Umbreon is also a good choice to add in there. Boozeloof added Psyduck, Comfey, but the Mew gonna be the one standalone attacker getting banned out for this game.
MDR is a very, very strong Mew, possibly maybe wanting to use that later on. Haru is going to call roll here, going to actually take the lead on this one and say, nope, we're going to actually pick up the Snorlax first instead of giving Amara that Palkia. I'm curious how they're going to answer here. Players hovering over that Hooper. Please, Galaxy, I'm begging you. I'm begging. Nah, I'm never going to see I'm not going to see a Phalanx yesterday. I jumped in the stream as quickly as I could when I saw that Zika was about to pick up that Phalanx yesterday, and what a game that was. So guys, if you can hear me, show me the Phalanx. Milphil is going to go with the Skeledirge. I always like the idea of a Skeledirge because I just want to see a trick shot Roaring Symphony from across the board and just see it KO from the other side of their Sky Ruins. MDR is actually going to pick up probably, I would say the best attacker in the game, because that Psyshock, Psybeam combination is so strong. But Galaxy has probably picked up the scariest all-rounder, my big Chompy Tompy. I got Tano to start saying that, and he just cannot pronounce that phrase the way that I do it. But that's okay. We forgive him for that one this time around. But for Alligator, definitely still scary in this one, Bridget.
Yeah, a very scary mon for sure. I just feel like does such a shocking amount of damage every single time, but TTAR picking up some demons as well. Palkia and Absol, both super formidable, receiving some recent buffs that have helped their cause as well. We'll see what Boozeloof wants to round out their squadron with, and it's going to be that Ceruledge. A super good rip mon, can kind of go in lane or in that central area. I guess it could be maybe interchangeable with Feraligatr and Top Path or Jungle. We shall see. I feel like Traffy is more typically who we see in that central area, so I'd imagine that's where we'll see that Ceruledge heading. So liking both of these comps. I think both of them got some really strong tools at their disposal. I think I'm leaning a bit more towards Boozaloof's comp just because I like Meganium, but I don't feel like it can necessarily hold its own against the Hoopas of the world. But maybe that kind of, I believe it's Pedal Dance, some kind of healing move that Meganium has might be a little more quick heals that could benefit TTAR in this strategy they're trying out, but we shall see. I want to believe in the Meganium, I really do.
You were very close. Pedal Blizzard. That's fine. And
I got like half of it.
To be fair, I looked up Unite DB as quickly as I could.
I'm glad you checked, because I'm like, something like that for sure.
It's a very interesting comp that we've got here. Mara also back on the Palkia, like you mentioned. I want to see whether Pele is going to go with Trick Hooper, or if we're actually going to see ourselves a Hyperspace Hole Hooper right now. Trick works really, really well with the Waterfall on the Feraligatr, because you can trick onto the Feraligatr, and if it gets caught out, because if you don't hit anything with Feraligatr, you're kind of out in the middle of no man's land, and that's where that Pokemon really, really kind of struggles to that. However, TTAR up to tricks of their own, because right now we got double invade going through, and it's going to be Chikorita that's going to invade. I love to see it. Omar Boozaloof are quick on the take, but can they KO Traffy before the rest of the team can even get there? Hooper popping that X speed to get as quickly as they could. It was Hooper that got the buff, but little Charcadet, it's one of those Pokemon in this the hit! Oh, the tackle went into the wall. What would have been an incredible invade gets absolutely halted in its tracks by the walls of Theia Sky Ruin.
Honestly, I like that level of aggression out of TTAR. The double invade has been a strategy we haven't really seen out of them, so definitely catching Boozaloof and us a bit off guard. But 4 members of TTAR have assembled in this top path for these first Altaria spawn, getting their revenge on that Hoopa that put such an end to that double invade earlier. A lot of value gotten for TTAR up in this top path, but down in the bot lane, we can see Mythil already got that Croc-Allure evolution. Ceruledge there to join the party. Only with 1 buff, Hoopa does have their blue buff, but they hit the level 5, which is kind of what matters in this early game, at least getting some of their stacks in as well. Things going pretty well for Boozaloof down here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, if there's one thing you can trust, it's that Traffy is going to get his experience and his levels no matter what. Little Totodile has evolved into Croc-Allure. Let's try, I mean, the amount of times we're going to say Croc-Allure and Croc-Allure in the same sentence.
Oh, no.
They just really don't give us a break anymore, do they, Bridget? But, I mean, I like the early aggression coming out. And this is exactly what I wanted to see from Karaki, because Absol is a Pokemon that can start to snowball if it gets its levels and it starts to pick up the KOs. But what's going to be really interesting is if Traffy can counter, the Regidrago, the global experience, is going to go to the side of Omar Boozaloof, but the KO on the supporter, Hooper, is going to be massive. They're deciding not to push this. Instead, Karaki wants to look for Traffy. These central lane is just going to have a little bit of a standoff here. A 1v1 could ensue. Traffy picks up the Speed Berry, and Amara is going to actually watch, but nope. I mean, here we go. We got a fight here. Is Croc-Allure going to be taken out? No, it is going to be Absol that suffers through that. I think Omar Boozaloof did a brilliant job of just baiting Karaki in.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like Amara, like, they were giving each other vision, right, when they were veering up into that top path. But man, I just think with that trick Hoopa, it enables Traffy so much to just glide around, even in those little skirmishes. Espeon gonna yoink that objective away from Boozaloof, who ripped it on their behalf. The gold zone is only on 14. They could let it in for a little teeny tiny overcap, and that's exactly what Boozaloof does. They give it up. They don't necessarily want to take the fight on the pad that's not even healing them and won't even give TTAR optimal value anyway, but it looks like we're gunning for a new engage in the bottom path, while Amara gets a cheeky little back cap. I love to see that out of TTAR.
Yeah, they're going to get access to that Unite move. They might not be in time to use it here. Absol's going to wait, but this is going to be found by the Blastoise. Is Absol going to get in? Espeon could try and steal this one more time! They do beautifully with the Psyshock. It's, again, one of the reasons why it is the best, considered one of the best attackers in the game. But now with that Registeel buff, can TTAR put the pressure on the side? The block tries to block off the Skeledirge. My apologies. Absol is here, just circling Traffy right now, but Traffy is about to see the rest of TTAR come their way. 150 to 157, 93 points in the lead. TTAR as we close in on the halfway point, but right now they have to be careful not to be caught on the back foot.
Boozeloof has all of their members in this bottom lane. Palkia on a bit of a side quest, probably looking to get more stacks. Espeon has to launch out its Unite move. Absol able to get a huge KO on that Hoopa. But there are some members that are just in way too deep. For Ralligator getting punished for being so far in by that Absol. And now the advantage goes to TTAR if they want to take it. But they don't necessarily have enough information on where the members of Boozeloof are. Looking like they're just going to relax, back it up a little bit, and reposition for that top path, get their jungle while they're at it.
I like that from TTAR. They decided that they're in the lead. They've got good positioning right now. Maybe pushing that pad on the comeback when the rest of their team is starting to come back from being KO'd. But right now, here we go. Oman Boozeloof are going to go onto this tier 1 on the bottom side. Traffy's going to go in. The Heavy Slam's going to go through alongside the Revenant Ren with the block into the Hydro Typhoon. 3 Unite moves were used in that instance. Meganium is the only one to get KO'd in all of that. I believe that was what happened. Snorlax tried to defend, but again, on that, well, Oman Boozeloof were in that bottom part. TTAR have just secured the Regieleki, 165 to 134. Whether or not they're behind right now, Bridget, Oman Boozeloof are looking really good in these team fights. 12 seconds to go to this bottom. Reggie, let's see if we had another team fight on our hands.
Yeah, Boozeloof does have the advantage since they still have this tier 1 up on the bottom side. Blastoise stealing away a lot of those Altaria for their team's XP, but that does leave members of TTAR open to get pit control, but Hoopa goes unbound, wants the rest of Boozeloof to make an appearance, but Espeon is the secure machine this game. TTAR with another Reggie under their belt. MDR is just getting so much value for Team TTAR right now. I think it's really helping them stay ahead in these levels.
And brilliantly done to actually disengage after securing that objective. They know they have a pad in that bottom path through Oman Boozeloof. They probably wanted to push and try and get some KOs, knowing that they've actually been winning these fights. However, Amara does decide to engage, but Palkia is one of those Pokemon that can disengage a fight so very quickly. There's no way that's ambitious. That's very ambitious. The XP is going to be popped by Monkey. Amara's going to go in. The Revenant Ren. The healing is going to be popped by the Meganium. However, the multi-dimensional Ren is also going to be popped by Amara. The rest of TTAR are looking to try and back up. Feraligatr dangerously low. Chompy Dompy not going to be chomping much more. One Crocodile instead goes down on the side of Boozeloof. You trade one Gator for another Gator, and TTAR very, very happy with that exchange. A bit dangerous of an engage, though, but they're now looking into the enemy team's central lane. Is Karake trying to find that Hooper, but they have to be wary because Traffy is right there. Karake is been zoned in, blocked in, fenced in, but Snorlax is there for the defense, pops that Speed Berry, and gets on out. Haru's going to sacrifice himself for the KO.
Yeah, but that's 4 members of Boozeloof. TTAR now has vision on nose. They're congregating in that central area. Gives TTAR some information to reposition. Espeon and Skeletor's gonna both defend bot side off lane, while everyone else kind of gets up to this top half. Boozeloof basically getting a free Regieleki as there's only 15 seconds until this final objective. We do have Groudon coming in to play here shortly, and members of Boozeloof are trying to get in position. Absol really far forward, and Traffy trying to get that 50 dunk in overtime, but Palkia catches them out. Hoopa there to save the day, but Absol is actually going to be the one who gets that back cap, and now TTAR in quite a good point position.
Yeah, smart play here. The multi-dimensional Ren was going to try to chase down the Feraligatr. We know that they can get that back straight away. The healing's going to come on to Amara right now. Karaki doesn't want to be caught out by Travi just yet, as the rest of Oman Boozeloof are going to come in. They can full roll with the Hooper as well and watch for the stuns. Now, they're being chased out. They're being split. Amara has decided to go and fight the Feraligatr instead of coming back. Groudon is at half health. The Psychic Soleil into the eject is going to come through. Traffy is going to be taken out due to the eject. Heavy Slam into the Power Nap from the Snorlax as well. Galaxy is out in the middle of nowhere as Absol finally comes in for the flank. The block is going to try and secure that KO as well. Skeletor is being chased down by the Snorlax. Going to pick up a KO due to the Espeon Psyshock, and TTAR once again have had an absolutely fantastic team fight. Can they sustain? Yes, they can, due to the power of Meganium. 56 seconds left on the clock. They're close to 200 points in the lead here, Bridget, but Feraligatr is back into this, and Amara is just able to escape with the brilliant movability. They're gonna go for the rip. Meganium is here. Blaster's gonna serve them up. The block is gonna go for as well. Amara's in the middle as well. The Espeon manages to secure again. MDR, beautiful game all around, and TTAR finally polish off a final team fight. Brilliant play from them.
MDR. I mean, just putting every single objective in their hands and saying, don't worry about it, I got this. So beautiful. Put them on the Securemon every time. They got it. I think that was exactly the sauce that was needed. But honestly, all members of TTAR looked so locked in during that endgame fight. Such amazing prioritization, getting out all of those damage dealers, really punishing the placement of that Hoopa Unbound portal as well to catch the Feraligatr out after they took it. And then all that was left was the Blastoise and the Hoopa. No Unite moves, and TTAR cleaned it up despite the rip. Getting a little scary there, but it's never scary when MDR has Psyshock.
Unbelievable. I think we saw them secure. I mean, it wasn't even a clean secure. 3 out of the times we saw it was up against it, stealing almost 3 objectives away, 1 in the top, 1 in the bottom, and continuing the trifecta of stealing that one in the middle. I mean, that damage off of MDR, you would not kind of think that they were the clutch to that team. Low damage numbers across the board, apart from Amara, because most of the Pokemon on this scale right now across this draft, they're quite squishy. But Karake did brilliantly hiding themselves. They got the double point 100 before the final objective started. Once again, I think it took what, 4 games, Bridget, but we finally saw TTAR clean up a final 2-minute fight, and it was a great way to clean it up.
Yeah, I mean, we knew they had it in them. It just felt like maybe the draft lines weren't working out the way they wanted to. Making Meganium look really clean once again. There is one of many MDR Espeon secures we're going to be seeing throughout this entire game. Here we have a big push from Buzaloof on this bottom path, but some solid defense out of TTAR as members of Buzaloof kind of just like lose these 1v1 skirmishes happening, get a bit disjointed. Absol, of course, there with those crits, just really cleaning up as the speedster does. Here we have that Hoopa Unbound form. You can see the Feraligatr coming in, just gets jumped by members of TTAR, really has to back it up, leaving the Skeledirge a bit open now. Blastoise just not close enough to really protect them like they'd want to, and with that, Feraligatr is a low on HP, has to retreat to get it back up. They do make it back in time for this engage. Huge block from the Lax. You can see the Hoopa trying to stop Espeon, but maybe Phantom Forces on them a bit too early, and there's that big, beautiful Psybeam hitting, Psyshock hitting just in time as those bruisers were trying to do as much damage as possible. Really, really clean out of TTAR. They were due for a nice endgame fight. I mean, they had pretty unlucky moments up until this point, so they were kind of due for that.
Yeah, it looked like that Game 2 comp was a lot more TTAR coded than that Game 1 comp that we saw. I mean, just again, the positional sense of TTAR, the block was brilliant. We did see the Revenant Ren from Traffy come through, the Ceruledge Unite move, but it went just a little bit too early that allowed the Espeon to get that Psyshock off. Again, very, very well done. I think, yeah, we call MDR being the MVP in that one with all the Psyshocks, but the blocks and the kind of chase downs that Snorlax was being able to initiate throughout that, they managed to get the 2 blocks, which really kind of cordoned off a lot of the attackers on the side of Oman Buzaloof. Then going down to chase the Skeledirge, the Heavy Slam was able to get the stun, and then obviously MDR finishing it off with the Psyshock. So we're 1-1 right now. We're closing in, so we still got 2 more games because this is a best of 5 going into this one. TTAR showing some life. Oman Buzaloof was still very, very strong in that one. Trafi on the Cerule Edge particularly very, very good at just getting around the map and getting the experience where they're needed, because they were double invaded as well. So Trafi is a player, if you will, that can just get experience and get to the level that he needs no matter what. So I'm curious to see how they're going to change this up next time, to see what we're going to see in game 3, because right now we've got 20 Pokemon banned off plus the 6 in All-Star Draft.
Yeah, once we hit game 3, that's usually when things at least start to get quite a bit interesting, but we're guaranteed a game 4 at least with these two, so they definitely need to be keeping that in mind while doing their drafts for our game 3, knowing they maybe need to at least be saving something in the bank for the following game. So excited to see how that affects their bans and drafts for our game number 3. And like our last set, we are on Rayquaza, so that will also potentially affect how these teams want to go about that big green dragon snake. Are you looking forward to seeing anything specific, Lobos, we get into this draft?
Honestly, it's game 3 right now. Last set, when we had the Rayquaza, we really didn't see too many secure tools when there's a Rayquaza. Sometimes we do see the Urshifus and the Blazikins, possibly the Snapshot Inteleons come out to try and secure. But so far, everyone in EU just seems to want to fight it out. Right now, Oman Boozloof are going to switch to the purple side. They're going to ban off the Comfy because they witnessed what TTAR did with that Comfy in game number 3. Perhaps it'll be let out. Also, the Miraidon is going to be banned out as well. Sometimes, believe it if you will, here, Bridget, but TTAR, I have seen them run that Electro Drift Miraidon just for all the giggles. Machamp is going to be banned off as well, because even though it got nerfed, submission is still a pain to deal with.
Oh yeah, 100%. Umbreon, wouldn't it be surprising if they got banned out as well? Just so broken, has always been broken, and Boozloof actually opting to not use that third ban with so many things already banned out, and you're getting first pick. Sometimes it is ideal to maybe leave what you could have put there in your hands instead. And Mythil going to be grabbing that Mew. And you can see they obviously banned out the Miraidon with all of the other previous mons banned out. There's not a lot of attackers left that are viable enough and strong enough to match the range that Mew has. And of course, the speed, it's able to get away from so much. It's just so versatile and a really good first pick.
It's a really interesting strategy to not use that third ban as well. Sometimes people just automatically go on the fact that you don't have to use all the bans if you want to keep more Pokemon open to you. Mew is a great pick here. It's probably one of the most versatile range attackers. It's just so good at defending offense. It can just pop Solar Beams and Electro Balls for secure. The Mewtwo autos just chase you down. Palet's going to go for the Suicune, and Bingo is going to go for the Vaporeon. So that is a very, very crowd control heavy front line. Haru has decided to go for the Mamoswine, which I love to see. Piloswine and Little Swinub, two of the strongest defenders. They're so good at every single stage of their evolution, which is what I think makes it such a top tier Pokemon. Amara's going to go with the Empoleon. We saw them show off that the Empoleon in the previous set to great effect, as well as MDR is going to counter the attack play with the Mewtwo Y of its own. Please, Trafi, please. Pick it for me.
Oh, they heard you.
They heard me. I just need to not say anything. I need to not say anything.
I know, you cursed it. You cursed it. I must say, we did see a couple Cramorants come out yesterday, and they looked nasty. Like, game-winning Cramorant time. But Trafi goes for that Alolan Raichu, which is kind of on a hot streak right now. Both movesets looking pretty good. Metagross been such a strong mon all throughout our group stage, and TTAR with the Gutter pick, they're going to potentially make my dreams come true. I'm seeing a Chandelure picked in 2026. I don't think Chandelure's ever been good enough to be picked in a competitive 5-stack, but here I finally have it. A double attacker team coming out of TTAR.
I mean, I like to see it. We're, what, 3 games into All-Star Draft as well. You're going to have to start picking the Pokemon, especially if the ones you want are not going to be allowed out or have been played already. Traffy's going to pick up Alolan Raichu, which I'm going to assume, I don't mean to, sometimes assuming is not the best thing, but I'm going to assume that it is going to be a sword-powered Raichu as well. Surf on that tail, get those dashes going. It is one hard Pokemon to catch. Galaxy on that Metagross as well, combining that with all the crowd control, with its with its other blue Pokemon on its team, with that Gyro is just going to get so many shields up as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. On paper for me, honestly, Bridget, Omar Boozloop's team looks a lot scarier. It's going to be almost impossible to get onto that Raichu with that incredible front line that Omar Boozloop have gone, but I have a feeling that this Chandelure is going to do something special. It's just whether it can get online, because Flamethrower still does a lot, does a big amount, and if you can hit it, it's a 2-second cooldown. And Imprison also stops all moves from being activated. So you could stop that Raichu in its tracks, but if it has that stored power active, those little stars are still gonna attack you big time. Let's head on in to the game. I believe it's gonna be Metagross. Nope, I'm wrong. It's Traffy gonna take that central lane. Who else but Traffy? And it is gonna be Chandelure taking the central lane for Tita. There's too many Pokemon in this game.
Oh, and they're all like fire ghosts. It's like, come on, I can't keep them straight, man. But here we go. No invades this time around. Everyone staying in their lane, trying to secure all of the farm. Looking like Mew has quite a bit in their pocket already. Definitely dunking on their son Mewtwo. Canonically in the anime, that's what happens. So it makes sense here that Mew is doing the same. Mythil looking really clean so far, securing yet again with that E-Ball, getting their Vaporeon to level 4, and Alolan Raichu, Traffy already down here ready to gank if needed.
I love a good bit of Pokemon lore anytime we can mention in Pokemon Unite. Not many people know Pokemon lore, so we're here to educate you as well as tell you what's going on in a Pokemon Unite game. 8:50 on the clock. There's the stored power going to come through. This is going to be dangerous for the side of Tita. Little Lampert is in that top path. There's the Flamethrower. It's going to come through. It does get hit. It's going to come back, and they're going to get a big amount of damage come through, and that has to force Omar Boozloop away. That is unfortunate for Omar Boozloop, just because looking at the Pokemon that Tita had on their side, they really could have pushed the pressure a little bit more, but possibly waiting for Galaxy to get online as that Metang. Still zeros. This is the earliest time that we've had zeros. MDR is going to come in and engage that Mega Mewtwo. The Side Strike going to go on it to the Beldum, and now the pressure is on from the side of Tita instead of Omar Boozloop. The Ice Shot's going to back everybody off. 22 going to go in, get that evolution into the pile of swine, but Prinplup goes in, and Amara's going to be aggressive. Ice Fang does its job and picks up the Beldum as well. Tita get the K opener. They also get the score opener, and they are on fire after that Game 2 victory.
Yeah, I feel like you can see the pep in their step, finally getting a dub after all of these super, super close games. That was also just such a clean gank out of the Mewtwo. Y really, really took control of that top lane. They're looking to do the same down in the bot path with Pilliswine, taking on a lot of damage, does eventually fall. Looking like members of TTAR have to back it up a little. They're 2 attackers and an Alcremie. They can't necessarily take a lot of damage, but they do have a lot of damage to deal out. And looking like Chandelure gonna try to find some value upstairs, leave this to the 2 of them. Nothing too crazy going on. Alolachu also heading back to their jungle, but 3 members of Boozloo still downstairs for now. Suicune maybe pivoting up, giving Metang a bit closer of a fight as 3 members of TTAR push in on this top lane, destroying the goal zone. Really great early game out of TTAR.
Yeah, brilliant. Did you just say Alolachu? That's brilliant.
I did.
That's actually incredible. Again, they're just gonna rip down this Regieleki onto the top side, turn their attention back to the bottom side, but this looks like it's gonna go the way of Omar Boozloop as a Solar Beam from close range does manage to secure that. Metang in the top lane, so they're not gonna be there. Mara's gonna keep them nice and preoccupied, but right now we've got some action going on in the bottom lane. Solar Beam is gonna chunk down. They're looking for the Ice Fang onto the Vaporeon, and TTAR jump onto it and take out one of the biggest, bulkiest threats right now for Omon Buzlip in the bottom path. Inject into the Alolan Raichu as Haru does it again. Haru Prime is just KOing everybody with these Ice Fangs, putting them in positions to KO. 20 want to go in from the Chandelure. They're going to try and hunt down the Mew as well. Suicune dangerously low, but TTAR making the smart decision to disengage quickly this time round. They are playing very, very well. Almost feels like a different team right now, Bridget.
Yeah, Haru is kind of smurfing. Also, shout out to that boosted Alcremie dollop that Haru was able to pick up right when Suicune tried to Whirlpool them. But since it was the boosted dollop, they get a cleanse as well, which is so crucial in moments like that. But no more Reggies on the map right now, just our tanks kind of auto-attacking one another, getting vision for the rest of the team. Looking like members of TTAR are converging on this bottom path. Both of the tier 1s are still up down there, so that's where we're likely to see a lot of fights breaking out since they both have a pad they can retreat to. But these Reggies are spawning in tandem, so some choices need to be made. TTAR prioritizing that top path. They do have the advantage there, but looking like Buzlip is a little split up right now. They're trying to send members in that top path while this 2v2 breaks out downstairs.
Yeah, they had to pop the eject from the Mew as well. Haru is very aggressive right now. He's just daring anybody to walk into any bush that they are hiding in, but he's dangerously low right now. Has to retreat to that pad. KO streak of 2 happens in the top lane as well as this 2v2 is just going to go the distance. It's just a poking game. Down here, top side, they're going to go 3v2 and try and take that objective. We'll see where Traffy decides to rotate to, but the Regieleki does get taken quickly right now, as Amara is just kind of keeping Omon Buzlip's attention in this top pad. We've barely seen any of this Metagross come through by it right now, but 12 to 112 is a 100-point game to the side of TTAR right now. Bottom side, we do have a Registeel. The Mammoth Mash is going to come through to try and toss up everybody up into the Infinite Cyber, and a beautiful double stun coming out from the side of TTAR. The Electro Ball secure does come through all of that. Nice aggression there shown by the Mew. That the KOs are still coming from the side of Meanfield. The Sovereign Slide comes in. Does Amara from the enemy team central lane. They've just left Metagross in that top path. And now, let's see if they can do some math. Nope, no math needed there. Just the double 40 is going to go in, giving them an even better lead. Wow, this is a nice game plan from TTAR.
Yeah, they are looking really in control this game. Over 200 points in their favor already. Have to back it up quite a bit in this bottom path. Only 2 members of TTAR, MDR, and a bit of a Pickle Haru taking one for the team, doing what a tank does best. But all 5 members are bot side, and Polion gets a free 40 up top. Mewtwo falls as well as the Mamo. Sweet little Alcremie doing what it can, but gives a 2 KO streak to that Metagross. Chandelure knows they need to back up. They are level 13, highest on the field right now with that and Polion, both members of TTAR.
I think Omon Buzlip just finally said enough's enough. Is Amara going to be found? Ooh, a little Houdini trick right there. A final Regieleki about to be shown right now in 16 seconds. Both teams are going to show face for this 150 to 295. Level 13 Alolan Raichu versus a level 13 and 13 Empoleon and Chandelure. So Chandelure, their debut right now. We haven't seen a Chandelure in I don't know how long, but they're doing incredibly well. The Dollops are just placed all over the map, giving them heal, and Amara's just going to start this straight away. Omon Buzlip going to back up and just let them have it, because now they've decided that to prioritize their positioning. Haru's going to be found and is going to displace the Metagross. Can they pick up the KO quickly? But no, they realize that the Mammoth Swine is the big problem. The Mammoth Mash is going to be pulled to 6 seconds early. So is the Infinite Cyber, and the Sovereign Slide has come through from Amara as well, alongside the Thunder Force Aerial, and this fight has happened before the objective even decides to spawn. 2 members down for the side of Omon Buzlip, 2 members down for the side of TTAR. Galaxy is running. They got to find him. Can they pick up the KO? The Metagross is not going to go down easily. Neither is the Raichu. They need a flamethrower to take it down. And Metagross finally goes down. Haru tries to chase down Traffy, but it's not going to happen. The score of 72 going to go into that top path. We're going to get a refight here right now, Bridget, as these teams are starting to trickle back in.
Yeah, that was really, really close from both ends, but you're right. They have to kind of reset and refight. There aren't any tier 1s up, so no really easy back caps for either side. No Unite moves have come back online, but a huge Mew beam does connect with that Mewtwo. They do have some Alcremie heals to help them along the way, but Mew just firing beams. They're taking so much damage. I don't know if the Alcremie can necessarily keep up. Mythil just launching damage while Metagross does more up close, gets the KO on that Mewtwo Y, but Empoleon tries to make something happen from behind, gets Traffy on 1 HP, but he falls, and now things are not looking so good for TTAR. Mythil, Mew is down, which is actually huge in terms of secure. Not having that Mew to contest with is big for TTAR, but there's only 30 seconds left. TTAR is in the lead. Vaporeon gets a 64 in, but Mamo gonna get this 44, gonna take the lead right back.
Oh my god, and there's another double score gonna go in 22. No! No! What did you do? No! They stopped scoring!
They got greedy!
They got greedy. The Endless Ice Smash gonna come out from the Suicune as well. Alcremie's gonna go and try and go to the main pad, but TTAR are still in the lead. There's nobody there that can score for the side of Omon Boozloo. Vaporeon is there. They're in the lead by about 20 points. Mewtwo, can they get it in? And TTAR have come from behind to take the lead in this set 2-1. How's about that? They are playing like a completely different team here, Bridget.
Yeah, I don't know what pep talk, motivational speech they listened to after that game 1, but it is working. Not even huge KO numbers on either side. Both of these teams playing so safely, but Karake, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, did amazing on that Chandelure, got the most KOs in this lobby, highest damage in the lobby, highest damage only being 60k. These teams were just so clean, and I really loved seeing the Chandelure and seeing it played so well, and with another attacker at that. I mean, really strong positioning. It is so easy to get punished as that Chandelure, but it was just piloted so well. I was so fun to see.
Yeah, absolutely. They did brilliantly, especially to survive in the final instance there, because they were being hunted down by the Metagross. But for me, the MVP of this game has to go to Haru. That Mamoswine put in a shift, an absolute brilliant shift. And even though that Rayquaza fight started well before that Rayquaza even appeared, look, 210 right now. They're trying to get the KOs. The Mammoth Mash has to come out. The Fluffy Cream Supreme as well. Amara picks up the KO on the Vaporeon. I don't know why I'm casting this again. I just casted it. But the action is the action is just so fast and furious. Both members had 2 members down. I thought they were going to pick up the KO on the Metagross here. I think they finally do get it with the Flamethrower tick right now. There's the Flamethrower tick, the Earthquake over to Traffy. But this is where I thought maybe TTAR might have bitten off just a little bit more they could chew, because right now Mewtwo and Mamoswine both get caught in that. You mentioned this Alcremie doing double duty to try and heal up their entire team, but what an absolutely incredible play. Guys, we're just going to take a really quick, short break. We'll be back in about 2 to 3 minutes while we get this game number 4, set up. It is TTAR's to win. They lost their first set up against Vaporeon haters. They have taken control of the driver's seat in this game against Omon Boozloo, who won game number 1. Let's see if the momentum can keep going. Don't go back. Don't go. What? We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Bye. Hello, everybody. Sometimes I swear we already hear voices in our head, but production just wants us to hear more. And you know, the best part is when they talk to us and we stare blankly at the camera and be like, "What?" You, the audience, can't hear them talking in our heads. So it is such fun because people are like, "Lobo looks crazy. He's talking to himself," but that's okay. That's definitely okay. But we're back. We're back, Bridget. This is such an exciting game. After watching, I mean, I don't know why. I'm on the edge of my seat right now. After watching set one and, you know, how close TTAR came to kind of winning a few of those games, but then just falling so short at the last minute. Right now, we have seen them clutch out two incredible games. We thought their mental might have been a little bit broken after game one. Very confusing draft coming through, but these last two drafts have been very TTAR coded, and they're taking it to a very experienced Oman Buzaluf team.
Yeah, 100%. Shivam, once again, trolling us with putting things on the screen. Why do you guys keep wanting to curse us for 5 games? We already had a nice 3-game set. We're guaranteed this 4th one here. And yeah, TTAR just seems a bit unlocked for whatever reason. I did say in that first game, maybe they just drafted Mons that they didn't want Buzaluf taking later on, and now it's paying them dividends, perhaps. But we shall see. We are in game 4, so getting quite down there in these draft picks, but with such a big roster, there's still a lot to choose from. Now that we are in the 4th game, our teams will get the option on first pick or map. Buzaluf chose first pick, and TTAR chose the Groudon map. So getting into these drafts, Comfey still off the table, as well as that Psyduck and Umbreon.
They really don't want them to have that Comfey with that Pawma. But again, that trio that they had, the Metagross is off the table. 30 Pokemon banned off. 4 currently banned off, with the Darkrai also being banned off as well. That's a nice little target pick as well, because we have seen the likes of, I believe it's Millfield and Traffy play that Darkrai. It's such a problem Pokemon. It was so prominent in the meta for such a long time, Bridget, but then, you know, just like the shiny new toys that keep getting added, Darkrai has found himself a little bit pushed down on that tier list. The support is still getting a lot of the attention from the side of Oman Buzaluf. There goes Clefable alongside the Umbreon and Comfey. Machamp going to be the final ban for the side of TTAR. Let's see the creativity that these teams have for us right now, because we've still got Moltres, we've still got Zapdos. So which one of these teams want to start? I want to say birding could be the advert we were going for. Which one of these teams could take to the skies and go for it? But there's a lot of more creative picks that we could see out from the side of TTAR. I mean, Amara's going to cycle through, please. For me.
Cryo pick Phalanx?
Damn it!
No, it's a Mr. Mime. We know who the real carry is on these teams, and it is the Mr. Crime and the Cramorant getting an early prioritization out of TTAR, and I have to assume MDR will be the one piloting it. Like I said yesterday, we saw some Crams really pop off, be all the difference, especially when positioning that Unite move. It can be really, really devastating when done correctly. So already got one bird on the board there for you. No more birds, at least right now, for Boozloof, Sylveon, and Slowbro added to the mix.
Yeah, I don't mind this one bird. I do love the silly little bird, the Cramorant, obviously shooting out those Pikachu at the speed of Mach 10 when it gets the chance for those boosts. His Monkey is going to go for the trick, so that is Sableye. Milfoil hovering over that Serena, please. No, every time I see a Phalanx, just say please for me. And now Traffy is also going to be hovering over Gengar as well. This could definitely be a Hex Gengar, which should definitely be very interesting to see. Once again, Traffy is so solid on these speedster picks. But again, it's so hard. Like right now, Bridget, we're in game 4. Just looking at these comps, it's really hard to just pick a straight out and out winner. Like, you've got the power from Sylveon's Hyper Voice, you've got the Sludge Bomb Hex combination that's going to shred down. However, you've got a little bit more creativity and uniqueness on that side, which is going to be MDR with possibly the Surf Hurricane or the Hurricane into Dive to chase down. Amara on that Meowth could do a lot of damage to that Gengar if they're able to catch it off guard. And the Wide Guard on the Aegislash is also very strong.
Yeah, 100%. We saw a really formidable Aegislash yesterday in our group stage that just absolutely put a stop to Dodrio. I'm not sure if it will have quite the same effect on the Gengar style of Speedster, but still really, really crucial. Can get up in the faces and stun the likes of Buzzwole and Slowbro, and even potentially that Sylveon, but it's a little scary walking up when they are doing that Hyper Voice. So we shall see. TTAR, I mean, both these comps are interesting choices for sure, but TTAR really throwing in some curveballs, I would say. The Meowth, the Sableye of it all. I have to imagine we'll see them taking a little cruise into that enemy central area in the beginning here. And honestly, also Mr. Mime, kind of a demon. And the way Haru has been playing, I could see them really popping off with that guy.
I mean, Haru has had an absolute standout set thus far. I mean, it has been kind of textbook kind of defender play, sit in the front, harass, do what they need to do. We've got to pause straight out the gate. We'll find out what's going on there. Then, you know, there's a Sableye in the game. There are Sableyes in our system causing problems. But I assume, obviously, just Traffy being their central laner, Traffy's going to head into the central lane, as is Karake on that Hone Edge, which is going to be so Ghost-type Pokemon into the central lane. Sableye could also go and make an appearance inside the central lane as well. But now the interesting thing here is Sableye probably has the ability to stop Gengar in its Hex kind of combo. So if it's not able to get the Hex off and it's able to confuse, and you're not able to get that Gengar up and running, it could be a real hindrance. But like I mentioned before, Traffy is known for many things, being a very, very good speedster player, being a very, very good assassin player. But what they are also good, if they are hindered early on, they are able to make up their levels anywhere else on the map, and they'll prioritize that over anything.
Yeah, it's definitely not totally over if you lose the early game, quote unquote, quote, especially for the likes of Traffy. I have to imagine maybe someone crashed while we were loading in, so hopefully we don't need to redo a draft or anything. I mean, none of them picked something that had already been picked, so I have to assume they were all intentional choices, perhaps, from these players, but this is Pokemon Unite, and it do be crashing sometimes, but haven't really gotten word on what happened, so unsure. But I am excited for both these teams and the unconventional speedsters of the Meowth and the Gengar.
Yeah, it is gonna be interesting to see. I didn't even kind of clock that maybe some of those picks might not have been their picks. They might have been just picks due to the crash or what have you. But they seemed genuinely legit. Nothing really stood out to me there. I guess the Sableye pick was the only thing that stands out to me. But every time I see a Sableye, it stands out to me. Anyway, so it's going to be interesting to see how we do. We'll get word from production shortly, I guess, to see what's. Okay, so okay. I think so. It was just a crash. So we are going to go ahead. Yeah, it was just a crash, so we're just going to wait for them to load back into the game. It is going to be the same bands and drafts. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
Go!
Traffy is going to head into that central lane. Oh, Bridget, when we got to cast Japan, the casters at the same time said, ready, set, go, and they all yelled at it. Yeah. But Sableye definitely ready to go here with an invade, but Omon Boozaloof have seen it. But they're still going to be the nuisance that they are, is Monkey.
Yeah, gotta waste their time at least a little bit, even if they know it's coming. I believe Sableye is invisible, so you can tell. Okay, there. I was like, is the animation like bugged? Because it was getting the alert that it was nearby. What an evil guy! Grab that red buff, gets pulled back in with a lick. Oh, almost gets away with it too. But Gengar does get that buff back where it belongs. Well, Latios has to get back up in this top path since Meowth has already made an appearance trying to push in this top lane. Haunter, a bit behind, made a pit stop for these Natus. Sylveon going to be venturing up in the top path as well. Boozaloof trying to regain some momentum up here.
A nice Mystical Fire turnabout from the Sylveon. Buzzswole is going to get KO'd. Brilliant job done by MDR. They're going to get burned here on the top side as Traffy is just going to go from each pun to each pun. Amara's going to pick up the KOs. Is he going to be able to pick up the KOs before he goes down? Haru and Monkey are able to distract the Haunter long enough for Amara to get out and down. The KO opener was picked up by Omon Boozaloof as Traffy said no to Monkey's invade. Sableye picking up his own buff, but I mean, TTAR have come back in their own, picked up some good KOs. Doublade now on the screen. They need to get that evolution because, unfortunately, Aegislash still not as strong until we get to that final evolution.
Yeah, for sure. TTAR done a great job, honestly, keeping them behind. Ooh, so close on that secure. Almost got it a second time from this Haunter, who is pretty angry, calls in reinforcements to make sure that Sableye pays for its crimes. We have a Drago walking up and down in the central area. Mr. Mime getting a bit caught out by the Slowbro, and the Sylveon is able to back it up just a bit. Meowth coming into the picture, wants to do some big time damage. No, Sylveon is the one who gets it done, is running that Mystical Fire build. Typically we've been seeing Hyper Voice, but I like this pivot to the Mystical Fire in the face of a Speedster.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about TTAR's damage output in this game right now, just because they have a few bulky Pokemon, including that Slowbro, including that Sylveon, that if they aren't able to take down quickly, that Gengar can just come in and use that Hex combination that they've been going. Mr. Mime is going to try and hold this here. Sableye's here as well. Manages to confuse and take apart their team. The Hurricane coming through from the Cramorant. Are they able to soak them up? The Surf into the combination play. I shouldn't have been worried about damage at all. The Gold Coin Barrage is going to come out from Amara as TTAR turn around their own, and this is exactly what TTAR have been doing all these games. They lose in one lane, they go to the other lane, they win in that lane, and they keep the pressure on to their opponents. Brilliantly done. I mean, Aegislash is online right now, playing that Shadow Claw build alongside that Wide Guard, but again, Omon Boozaloof done themselves a good effort by keeping this a 10-point game.
Yeah, Meowth also level 10. That's 2 levels up on Boozaloof right now. They're still working with the Haunter. Sableye has made it extremely difficult. You can see them running away with the red buff right now. They are being a pain in that jungler's side. We do get the Gengar online. Buzzwole jumping in to all 4 members of TTAR, gets punished for it. Mr. Mime comes out with the Unite move as well as the Cramorant Unite. They're hunting for this Gengar. 3 KO streak for Mr. Mime. Haru, of course, having another amazing game.
I don't know if you saw, but as soon as Gengar got that evolution, they went straight in for the Phantom Ambush. They used everything. They used the Mime Showtime as well as the Gulping Gap Missile to stop the combination plays to really allow Traffy to get going. And Haru just doing Haru things right now. He's Haruing, is what I'm going to start calling it here, Bridget. But right now, he's in a little bit of trouble. It is actually not Hex. It's going to be Dream Eater and Shadow Ball right now to get those combos going. Sableye's going to stun into the wall. Traffy's going to be hating Monkey right now. Another stun gets Traffy it puts him in a little bit of bother. This is a very, very fun game number 4.
Yeah, something about the Mr. Mime Sableye combo is just so insane to watch. If Mr. Mime lands that confusion, it does such a big portion of Gengar's HP. Huge fight breaking out here in the central area. Buzzwole getting a huge Unite move off. We see the Aegislash following up with them. 2 members down from Boozaloof. TTAR has some low HP bars. No one really to heal them up. They don't have their tier 1 up here either. Gonna maybe need to back it up and pivot, give this one to Boozaloof. Even though they were down in numbers, they were up in HP. So many members of TTAR taking a little tour through that central area. Probably gonna prio whatever Reggie's spotted down there.
Traffy gets a KO in their own central area on MDR on that Cramorant. The Reg Ice down here as well. This is where they could start to go. The Phantom Ambush is here, but Sableye gets stunned. There it goes. The Chaos Glower does manage to hit the Traffy as well, but no. I mean, they managed. Monkey actually hit Gengar as well. Otherwise, he would have been going back. There's the slow beam from the Slowbro as Amara is caught. Pops the eject button, gets back for the Citrus Berries. The rest of Oman Boozaloof are going to try and chase down. Amara tries to put some damage onto Chase back as well. The Surf going to go through the Surf Hurricane. The Surf Dive from Cramorant. And Oman Boozaloof have taken the lead. It feels like they have wrestled that lead away from TTAR because, I mean, TTAR are winning some fights. They're behind on points, but they are hindering Oman Boozaloof at almost every level. But the amount that Traffy has been hindered, he's still level 12.
Yeah, I think Traffy had enough nonsense in that bottom fight. Using the Gengar Unite to full combo the Sableye and then Sableye meeting you with their Unite move right back was just insane. They're lucky that the Meowth stopped them from backing it up all the way. I feel like in this game of mental warfare, the Sableye is indeed getting to them, but Traffy finding a groove when that Sableye is not around. Level 13, hitting these combos. Sylveon joining them with that Unite move. Sableye's Unite move came out to join them, but not enough for this Boozaloof squad running all together. Galaxy on a bit of a solo adventure, getting some value up in the top path.
Yeah, this is where I'm finding a little bit where they might be just lacking the amount of damage that they need to really sustain in these team fights, because the burst coming in from Traffy is just so hard. The Sylveon has such good sustain and the slow beam as well. I mean, the Sableye is an annoyance, but sometimes people are just like, it just doesn't do enough damage to us in these games. But I think Monkey has played an absolutely fantastic game. They're going to rip this Regieleki off the pad as well if they can force out any kind of Unite moves with 20 seconds left to go. It's still less than a 100-point game, Bridget. So now 20 seconds, gut check time, game point, match point for TTAR. Oman Boozaloof take this one. We're going to a game 5.
Yeah, missing some crucial Unite moves on the board right now. Gengar and Sylveon missing there. Sylveon should trickle in pretty soon. I know they used it around the 3-minute mark. Only Sableye is missing from Team TTAR. Definitely not one of the more crucial ones, but TTAR a little zoned out, has to enter from the top side of this pit. Boozaloof definitely poking and prodding at this Groudon. Getting a little stunned out from the right side is that Slowbro, taking about half of its damage, but the Meow and the someone else is squaring up with the Buzzwole, and they take him down.
Yeah, Buswell gets taken down due to the gold coin barrage, but also the Aeon Blast. The Mist Blast has come out from the Latios. 2 members down for the side of TTAR, 2 members down for the side of Oman Boozlip. It is Aegislash in there. Can they secure? Do they have the coup de grace? They do! TTAR manages to secure the Groudon. Traffy is in danger being hunted down by its fellow Ghost type, but right now they have to score because they're not in the lead. There goes the Gulping Gap Missile as Traffy is taken down. 2 KO streak. They have to go and score now because they are behind. There it goes. They're going to try and pull them up, but this is bad for the side of TTAR. They need to get these points in. The Shadow Claw is going to go in as well. Buswell gets taken down, and now 2 members down from the side of Oman Boozlip. Karake is dangerously low right now. They have to find these 100 points somewhere here, Bridget. The rest of TTAR is here, but they are dangerously low.
I know, I'm so stressed out. Boozlip is playing this super well, but all members of TTAR, except for that sneaky Sableye, went bottom aside. They cannot defend it all. Mr. Mime gets that hundo burger in on the tier 1. They have at least a small lead. 25 seconds left. Do give up. Oh, I don't think Meowth had a shield, so they didn't give one up. Mr. Mime does, though, and it's looking not so good for that support player, giving that shield away to the Sylveon. They're gunning. Oh my gosh, no, you need to go and score. You need to go and score.
12, 12, 12, 7, 6, 5,
huge,
4.
huge.
They get it in. They get it in. Is the defense on the drive? The Latios gets one in. I don't know.
I think they both scored 100, so TTAR should still have it, right?
I think TTAR should have it, but we'll see.
This was scary.
TTAR.
They do.
Oh, wow. Absolute. I mean, if I can use a popular meme, absolute cinema. Absolute. I mean, take a bow. TTAR are winning in a brilliant 3-1 display against Oman Boozlip. Wow. I mean, what a comeback from that. Again, I said it at the very start, Bridget. I mean, I thought Oman Boozlip had the stronger damage, which we did see because they weren't sustaining too well in some fights, but Karake, again, Haru's walls were brilliant. Amara's jump-ins with the not Mr. Mime, with the Meowth was brilliant. MDR had some brilliant stuns with the Hurricane, and Karake doing brilliantly on that Aegislash to secure with the coup de grace.
Yeah, I mean, probably the prettiest secure I've seen the entire weekend. Was just perfect on that timing, especially when it came down to it. But what was really impressive was how they were able to manage that end game, making sure no one got caught out too early, waiting for the team to group up before they made a push to score, even sending that Sableye bot side. Here we have one of the early engages with TTAR kind of taking a huge step forward. Big Whirlpool out of that Cramorant. Another big fight in this central area. Was just a lot of good engages from TTAR in the first half of this game, especially.
Yeah, look at that. Just jumping on Traffy as soon as he's able to use that Gengar Unite move, the Phantom Ambush. Again, Aegislash managing to get out, but Buzzwell just falling right in the middle of that coup de grace once again. KOs the Slowbro, which allows TTAR to just start rolling here. Right now, we saw once again the Phantom Ambush was used. The Chaos Glower brilliantly by Monkey, but they hit TTAR, they hit Traffy, so Traffy was able to come back and say, I'm sick and tired of your nonsense. Amara almost getting KO'd there as well, but Meowth's so good at escape tactics. Here, right now, is where I started to think that maybe TTAR would lack the amount of damage that they needed, but the Shield Bash coming through from the Aegislash was just not enough. But that was a 4v1 rundown. Right now, here we go. There's the takedown of the Buzzwole, the Mist Blast onto the Sableye of all things to come through. There's the Chaos Glower came in, the Mime Showtime comes through. And again, here, look at the Slowbro has got the slow beam, and it's only Latios that's able to do much. And Amara ejecting out of the Fairy Frolic, drawing the attention of Latios. Again, Haru with a brilliant wall and a stun to stun Traffy. And then here it is, coup de grace, brilliantly done by TTAR. Just a phenomenally well played final Groudon objective.
Yeah, full trust in that Aegislash, who looked like they were solo ripping it down. There were even 3 members of Boozeloof who were pretty close, at least 2. Obviously, Mr. Mime kind of had the Gengar on lock, but pretty easy for that guy to get into the pit, and the only member of TTAR in there was AG, but they were in full control of that end game. TTAR really showing up. I'm feeling very proud of them after how their first set went. We now have 2 different teams that have gone 1 and 0, and currently one who's 1-1.
Yeah.
You whatever, you know what I mean. So Boozeloof and
Vaporeon haters.
Vaporeon haters are going to be playing in our 3rd and final set. Things could get a little weird if everyone is ending up 1-1, but we shall see. TTAR has been able to at least put themselves in a position where playoffs is possible.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't know. We'll talk to production once we go to break to see how it goes, because Vaporeon haters did have a nice clean 3-0 against them, as well as TTAR have taken also 3 games off Boozeloof. So maybe it depends on the game difference between this game right now between Vaporeon haters and Boozeloof. If Vaporeon haters manage to win against Boozeloof, then that is going to be clear and cut. If Boozeloof are able to win it up against Vaporeon haters, we might have to have a different conversation, but it's going to be exciting. We still haven't gone to a full game 5. We went to 3 in the first set, 4 in the second set. Perhaps we get to a 5 in the final set. Don't go anywhere, everybody. This is going to be the final game of Group B for EUL. Bridget and I will be right back. See you very soon. And
you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of the group stages for EUL. And what a day we have had. 3 games in set 1, 4 games in set 2. And Bridget, just by what we heard in the background, we might be getting 5 games in set number 3. Big news on the forefront. Oman Buzaloof have brought in their heavy hitters. From what I know, the man, the myth, the legend, Nachos is going to be taking the stage in this final game up against Vaporeon Haters. Now, we know who he is. He is a player that is so very, very talented in this game, has the ability to shift the game to his team's favor whenever he needs. So all eyes going to be on this final one. I'm really excited for it. This could be a 3-0. This could be a 4-1. This could be a 3-2. But oh boy, our final set is going to be a good one, right, Bridget?
Yeah, we are in store for a treat. I guess Vaporeon Haters probably has clutched their way into day 2, but things would get a little confusing if everyone ends up 1-1, which is very possible if Buzaloof is able to take the dub here over Vaporeon Haters. And like we said, they are gaining a good asset in Nachos that they didn't have in that previous round against TTAR. So even though most members of Buzaloof are pretty warmed up, Nachos is going to be fresh for this one. Vaporeon Haters as well, ready to go, I'm sure, even after that brief break.
Yeah, absolutely. It is what we were told by production as well. So I think the names we'll see will probably be the same names that we saw. Oman Buzaloof, we got Curio, Pole, Traffy, Mefield, and Nachos. There he is, the man himself. So much hype around this one player to see, and any team that has him is lucky to have him. But Vaporeon Haters are no slouches at all. They're 6-1 record in the league, whereas Oman Buzaloof, that 3-4 record. So we're going to see how they go. Here we go. Indigo, Oscar, Laura Tushi, Danny, and Vox Show. Oscar and Danny, like you said, they clutched some victories against TTAR. They actually lost the team fights against TTAR, but won the secures in 2 out of 3 of those games. So we'll see how they fare against Oman Buzaloof. Indigo, Laura Tushi, and Vox are also putting on stellar performances. This is an exciting one, Bridget. Of course, you join us from the NA. What has been, I mean, obviously you and I, we have a fondness for TTAR. We were here when they won their first game. So are there any other teams, you know, from day 1 as well? Because you casted all of the games with Tano, so it's been a busy weekend for you. Any teams really stand out to you, catch your heart? Any players that you are like, I'm a fan of that person right now?
I mean, I'm honestly a big fan of all of the teams we've been seeing this weekend. It's been so competitive. All-Star Draft is so much fun to watch. It's incredibly difficult to play to the level these teams have been able to show to us, but I'm a big underdog guy, so TTAR today has been a lot of fun to follow along with. Buzaloof now kind of in that back foot position, so we shall see what goes on today. Also engage in Rework Esport Core, where our teams that qualified from yesterday, so finals are looking like they're gonna be a really fun time. I'm not casting them next weekend, but I will definitely be tuning in to see how it all goes down.
It's gonna be a fun one because obviously yesterday it was the prediction that Rework Esport Core and Dift would go through and Engage would be the one to fall out, but they played spoilers and actually managed to qualify as well. Incredible team that they are. Formerly the Electro Drift is being picked up as well. So, I mean, can TTAR play spoilers as well? Because it was also predicted that Oman Buzaloof and Vaporeon Haters would be the ones to make it out of Group B. But however, TTAR have a chance right now to play spoilers. We'll find out what happens. We still haven't gotten any answers about what happens if it goes to 1-1-1. I assume it'll be a game difference. So, I mean, you know, Vaporeon Haters have already locked in a 3-0 on game difference, whereas Buzaloof have gone 1-3. So if they manage to win 3 games in a row and take it to Vaporeon Haters, I mean, we'll see how it goes. They'll go 4-1 on the day. So it's just going to be interesting to see how all of that works. And then that also correlates to TTAR's game record as well. So interesting to see. I can't wait to actually ask Shivam when he gets back about how that's going to be sorted out. But if Vaporeon haters manage to just pick up a straight victory against Oman Buzlev, that sorts out any kind of messy headaches that we have to figure out.
Yeah, 100%. All of it is contingent on if Buzlev is able to take this set and how quickly they are able to do so. I think are at least the preliminary factors, and then I guess if it's like a 3-1 type situation, then we may be going down the line and what exactly these tiebreakers are. But Vaporeon haters, hoping to avoid that altogether, would rather keep their fate in their own hands, and would also be in our other team TTAR's best interest. If Vaporeon haters just cleans this up for them, they are also going to be guaranteed into the finals next weekend. So Buzlev does have a chance to turn those tides, but it's going to be up against at least the league leader in this group so far. I'm not sure if Buzlev has ever been able to best Vaporeon haters during our regular season, but Buzlev with a pretty solid record of that 3-4, which was honestly pretty similar to most of the teams in the middle of our leaderboard, maybe other than like the top two and like the bottom two. Buzlev was right there with that middle of the pack squad. So really not too far off from Vaporeon haters level, I guess, for lack of a better word. We're still waiting on players to get into the lobby for this set to get underway, but I've been really enjoying the All-Star draft of it all. It's such a fun format. I'm happy we have enough Pokemon to make this even possible.
Yeah, I mean, All-Star Draft is also just so much fun. Again, automatically right now with this mode, you get locked out of the Pokemon that you do pick either in a best of 3 or a best of 5. So you know, there's no such thing as, you know, before the All-Star Draft mode was included, players could accidentally pick a Pokemon that they had already played. But now that mode is permanently in Pokemon Unite, still don't understand why they're not using it for Worlds. It would be an absolute incredible thing to do, but I guess they don't want to change. I mean, it's very interesting when you think about that, right, Bridget? Because they've introduced this new mode, but sometimes we get patches before Worlds that happen, and then you kind of have to adapt to that. Whereas All-Star Draft is now seemingly being run in pretty much all grassroots tournaments right now, because it is just the mode to go with. Speaking before, where Vaporeon haters, obviously that 6-1 record, I think that one is only courtesy of Rework Esport Core, so perhaps I'm thinking they maybe have, or maybe it was due to Oman Buzlev. It's really kind of hard to tell because these teams are just so close together. The numbers never really tell the story. Yes, we are waiting for, I think it's one more person to enter the lobby. We'll get into the game straight away, but let's talk about the Pokemon that are coming up for Pokemon Unite. We got Solgaleo, which is the final of that big batch of like 5 Pokemon that were released or that were teased. We've got, oh my god, it's one of my favorite Pokemon, Toxicity. That is going to be number 100. That is coming through the Rock and Roll Gecko. Can't wait to see it come to Thea Sky Ruins. And Morpeko was the most recent one. The cutie little patootie. The hangry speedster themselves. Give me your thoughts so far on the 3 Pokemon that we have left coming up for Pokemon Unite.
Well, I'm a big Sun and Moon fan, so I love to see Solgaleo coming to the game. More importantly, I'm happy I get to play as a Cosmog. That's really what I'm looking forward to, is being the baby. And I'm
Does it
glad...
actually evolve? I haven't actually seen any gameplay of it, so it starts off as Cosmog. Okay, I like it. I like it.
And Cosmoem, there's a middle evolution as well. So, and Cosmoem is so little. I'm very excited for
Did you know,
them.
fun fact for lore, that Cosmoem is the heaviest Pokemon in the entire Pokemon universe?
Oh my god.
Wait, 909 kilos. Unless, I'm pretty sure, hang on. I'm gonna Google this because
I trust you. Toxtricity, I'm a little neutral on. I assume we're getting Toxel, which is also a plus for me. Let the baby Pokemon fight. I'm not super sure on the Toxel of it all because they're weird. Toxel is, I think, technically like a baby Pokemon officially, and they're really weird about putting the baby Pokemon in the video game. But I'm hoping we get Toxel. And Morpeko is honestly my goat. I love Morpeko. That is probably my favorite Pika clone of all time.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm super excited for Morpeko. And am I happy that it's a speedster?
I'm so excited.
No.
I'm so excited. It's got
But
like
I will be playing it.
it's got like a unique Unite move. I hope they find a fun
I
way
haven't
to.
seen the moveset.
I haven't seen it either, but I'm just talking about regular Pokemon. Like it has a unique. It has
okay.
unique. But I'm really hoping they find a way to put its ability, the Hangry switch, so you get from its normal form to its Hangry form in some kind of interesting way. And then it's got a wheel move, a signature move that looks like it's running on a hamster wheel, which I can't wait to see.
Or
that
a wheel.
Oh, there's no way!
I have a Morpeko hat, and it's
That's
hangy
incredible.
and it's happy.
That's incredible. Also,
It doesn't
I was
really
right.
fit over my headphones, but
I was right. Cosmoem weighs 999.9 kilograms, making it the heaviest Pokemon in the world, considering it is one of the smallest. Also, Cosmog is the lightest Pokemon in the Pokemon universe. So you're learning more about Pokemon, not just Pokemon Unite here at EUL. Snorlax going to be the first Pokemon banned off, as is Yveltal. Love to see the Yveltal banned off. No, everybody has been using that Bacon Bird to good effect. Skeletor is going to join the crew as well. So not really support heavy are these bans this time around, Bridget.
yeah, attacker focused so far, sprinkling in some tanks as well. Snorlax and Umbreon not going to be allowed in this first game when there are the most Pokemon available. So getting out a lot of these heavy hitters. Finally, some supports join the ban bench, Blissey and Psyduck.
I mean, Umbreon Psyduck is just the classic bans that you want to ban out. I mean, apart from, I do believe it's Reshiram, but I think Yveltal just has the most damage available. Traffy's going to go back onto that Greninja, hovering that Greninja straight away. They use that to such great effect. Oscar is actually going to hover the Feraligatr. Nachos has decided to go for the Eldegoss, actually subbing in for into that support role. I'm very interested to see Nachos' role right now. We know they can pop off on absolutely any Pokemon, so we'll see what is going to go on there. Maybe this isn't Nachos. I don't know. There's always someone named Nachos somewhere around EU.
They could just be picking that for priority reasons, and they swap them around
Quite
later.
possibly.
I have to imagine that is the case. Vaporeon haters grabbing the Hoopa and the Mew, looking like a pretty scary comp on their end. Miffle grabbing that Espeon, which we saw was so clutch in that previous game. Traffy grabbing the Absol as well. Both teams definitely going for the heavy hitters, not really saving anything for later or for the enemy in a later draft.
Yeah, Traffy, interestingly enough, we saw how well they can perform on speed. Says never give Danny a Mew. However, I do like this from Laura. If they decide to pick, I do like this from Laura. They've decided to snipe a Traffy pick to take it off of him in a probably clutch situation here. Now they just have to prove that if this goes well, they need to win this so that Traffy can't actually go back onto a pick. I like this here, Bridget, because these teams seem to know each other so incredibly well. They play against each other all the time. Mega Lucario is going to be picked, so, I mean, Oscar is not going to be able to pick that up a little bit later on. However, he did show he was just as capable on the regular Lucario, and I'm sure after the Mega Lucario nerfs, it hasn't seemed as stand-out-ish as we have expected in the past.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely isn't the monster it was when it was released or even within the past couple of months, but we've seen it actually be a pretty solid pick, at least in our all-star format. But this is a pick in our very first round, so they had everything to choose from and still wanted that Mega Lucario. This is looking like a pretty solid Mega Pokemon game. Two squishy guys you can hopefully pup right into. You can hopefully get away from the scary for Alligator, and there's really no shutdown unite move in the support or the tank that's going to really stop them from Mega Evolving. Tree can obviously be a bit annoying during that, but I feel like it's just a bit more free to be able to use your unite move. Here we go. Hopefully the pick thing goes away from the center of the screen here shortly as we get into our final set of the day. Vaporeon haters and Boozloof. Here we go.
There you go. It's been a long day for everybody. But yeah, the Mega Lucario is an interesting pick into for Alligator because that close combat really does kind of counter that waterfall and all the amount that it can do. Man, that is such a big amount of damage going off Danny. With the Electro Ball early on, Indigo's going to try and stun out Kiora in this top path with the assistance of Nachos. But here we go. I mean, Totodile, I think, was KO'd. So we already had a K opener come through as opposed to that. Still donut stores. Now both central laners going through. I think Absol is a little bit stronger than Frogadier coming out of that central lane. And now Traffy has the chance to really kind of shove it in Laura's face and, just, say, hey, this is what you get for taking my Pokemon. Both teams going to go into that top path. And leave both defenders right now. Danny is here. Big Solar Beam or Electro Ball going to come through. She's a bit late. It does not matter. The Electro Ball into that does hit Traffy as well. The Muted Auto is going to chase. The Side Shock is going to stop Laura Tucci from getting any further. But that does not matter. They're picking up the KOs. Absol's going to come through. Light Screen is going to reflect that back. Nachos is dangerously low on the Elder Goss, but now Absol has to be very careful because Danny is still here. Nice skirmish going both ways. No score change, however.
Yeah, it was looking like it was gonna go in Vaporeon haters' favor, but Boozloof did a nice job getting a revenge KO, kind of evening up things in that top path. The Croconaw has entered the field with its Trick Hoopa, doing so much damage on that Mega Lucario, who is a bit squishier than the base form Lucario. Oscar looking to secure up more of this farm and keep getting its levels until it can become that for Alligator. But Absol on Boozloof is currently the level leader, has their buffs up and ready. 3 of their members up in this top path just versus this Croconaw, and I don't know if they're going to be able to defend much. They cannot. Hopefully Vaporeon haters getting some value down bot, as it looks like they have been able to wipe the members down there.
Yeah, they're going to get a 60 stack. Laura's just going to get some attack weight stats. It was very careful there. I mean, I think Oscar went in just in case. Is there going to be a steal on the Indigo? No, I thought they were going to go through in with the Phantom Force. But, I mean, playing with this for Alligator to work around and play around the Lucario, if you're a top laner player, you know how to play around the Pokemon that counter you the most. And I think with Omar and Boozloof having Traffy on their team, they know how to counter this Greninja so incredibly well. Voxer are going to get taken down a second time. Trick Hoopa is going to stop them from securing any more scores. 72 to 74, 75, I mean, is not a bad way to go about it.
Mythil doing so much work with that. Espeon already has their Unite move matching with their Absol's Unite move. They're both going to start ripping down this Regirock. 3 members of Vaporeon haters are entering into this pit. There goes the Absol Unite move. Espeon tries to secure, but it's a Mew who yoinks that one away for Vaporeon haters. There we have the Espeon Unite move come out, but it's not enough for this Greninja. Has 2 KOs. Make it 2 more. Really nice work for this Greninja player.
Yeah, absolutely. Danny coming out of nowhere like she does best to sneak that objective to her team's own side. And Laura Tucci giving Traffy a bit of his own medicine here with that Water Burst Shuriken into the surf. Cleanup 30 going to go into that top pad. Omar Boozloof losing that bottom fight, but still managing to turn it around. Hooper's going to go in. Found with the Rock Tomb, going to trap themselves out. X-Scissor does manage to hit. The Muted Auto is going to search for Indigo. Picks up the Citrus Berry as it manages to get out. The rest of Omar Boozloof are going to try to secure this. They haven't seen Danny in the bush, but she is going to go for the Electro Ball just a little bit early. I think she was just a little bit scared of probably getting jumped on by 2 of the scary Pokemon on the side of Omar Boozloof.
Oh, 100%. They did what they could, but weren't gonna get KO'd for it. Does burst out that Mew Unite move. Eldegoss using theirs. Absol's next, and the Mega Lucario is on the field. Buzaloof wants this Regieleki push. Everyone's Unite move is popping out, but no one getting KO'd quite yet. Crustle finally falls. Trevenant Unite move to make sure they can get out of here, but he stops them, and Hoopa goes unbound. Greninja getting these KOs. Vaporeon haters with a really great defense turned into offense.
Yeah, I think the best teams in Pokemon Unite can really turn offensive pressure and into defensive success, and they did that incredibly well. You saw Laura Tushi waiting once again to use that Water Burst Shuriken to come in and clean up. Danny using the Mystical Mirage coming out from the Mew as well, but looking to be KO'd right now. However, it is Laura Tushi that's not going to let Traffy get away from that. Greninja's going to surf in, use oh my god, I always forget it. It is the smoke screen. Sorry, the smoke screen. I had it. There's so many Pokemon Unite moves in this game here, Bridget.
Yeah, don't look at me for the correct names of any moves. That is not my territory. Vaporeon haters grabbing this Registeel in the bot path. Level 13 on that Greninja already. Only 11s so far on Buzaloof. Vaporeon haters have great momentum so far in this mid game. Looking like a little bit of skirmishing going on. At least Hoopa getting some vision and trying to sneak away as Absol unleashes its Unite move on that tier 1 once this goal zone gone, and they're able to achieve it and get the point lead. Meanwhile, Feraligatr trying to do the same up in that top path, maybe even with a little bit better math, as Vaporeon haters has a slight lead at this point in the game. Regieleki's fight is about to break out now, but Oscatar is ready with the Feraligatr, gets the KO, but Espeon, Buzaloof getting the secure.
The big job bite, big chompy Tompy came in and took a bite out of that Absol. Solarbeam's going to chunk down the Mega Lucario. Yes, they get the objective, but they are being cleaned up right now by Vaporeon haters. Laura Tushi is not going to allow anyone to get away. Be careful, though, because water is super affected by electric, but they're not going to let that happen. 225 to 206. This game is just swinging back and forth like a pendulum, seesawing. It is going well. Laura Tushi level 14. Traffy level 12, so they have stopped the Absol from really scaling out of control, but Laura is almost at that level 15, which is where you want that to be. Traffy, however, so good at farming up, they might as well get to that level 14 before that first objective. Hero needs to get to that 13. So far, haven't seen too much effectiveness out of the Mega Lucario. Usually it is a very good counter into that Feraligatr, but right now, Vaporeon haters playing around it very, very well. A fight going to come down for this bottom objective right now. Whatever this is, it's going to be crucial in this final fight. We could get the fight right now, Bridget, but we might just be able to stall it out. And Eldegoss goes down quickly. It is a Regice, and I think Buzaloof just decided to disengage.
Yeah, I mean, they probably do not want to take this fight with one member down. Absol gets caught out as well, and Vaporeon haters is looking to make this the fight. Greninja goes in. We have the Crustle Unite move just to try to stay up. Lucario has gone Mega, but they're in a 2v5 situation. Crustle handling 3 of them. Eldegoss back up and Adam trying to save the Crust, who actually gets a KO on that Feraligatr. Really, really impressive, but 2 members from Buzaloof fall, and now the Kyogre is here. Hoopa is going unbound.
Yeah, here we go. The Phantom Forest is avoided by Traffy. The Rubble Rouser was massive to be able to deal that damage. Eldegoss is going to get down, so the support is out for the side of Omon Buzaloof. There's the Psyshock into the Psybeam on to Voxshow on that Trevenant. The Hornleech is going to try and catch the Lucario, but it is Pop, so it does not matter. Traffy is the first central laner to fall. The Rock Tomb from Pole is going to rock off Voxshow, and now it is Vaporeon haters that are in the lead with a minute left to go, and they're just going to rip this down with Oscatar and Tushi on the side. They can just secure this. Mew is going to go through. Can they get through? Here comes Mew. Now the Greninja is going to secure that. A clean up victory for the side of Vaporeon haters. They started that fight off early. Omon Buzaloof tried to disengage, but Vaporeon haters just said, "Nuh-uh, you're not going anywhere." They tried to fight back. They did a good job, Bridget, but I think the sustain was just a little bit too much. And that Hoopa portal, the Hoopa Unite to bring everybody back, was just what Vaporeon haters needed in game 1.
Yeah, Indigo was such a clutch pocket throughout this entire game, tricking that Greninja pretty much off cooldown, giving them a free escape if they ever needed it. But I gotta shout out Danny in that endgame fight, who made sure that Lucario was not allowed to back, and just harassing that Crustle and Lucario while the rest of their team was able to rip that Kyogre safely, give vision, and keep them at bay in their own jungle. Huge score lead for Vaporeon haters, 15 seconds left, and they're gonna start off this set with a dub.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to start. Vaporeon haters so far, 4 up, 4 down for them here, Bridget. If they can keep this going for 2 more, they can have a clean 3-0. Omon Boozaloof might have been a little bit rocked by the TTAR losses as well, but in that one, it wasn't too bad for them. It was a very, very seesaw game. It was the fact that they managed to secure the Regice, they lost their Eldegoss, and then Vaporeon haters, the Big Jaw Bite was able to do a lot of damage to Lucario even before it entered its Mega Form, but losing a lot of people on the chase back after they tried to disengage from that Regice was very, very key for that victory for them.
100%. Yeah, Vaporeon haters saw the opening and made sure they took it. I don't even think the Absol was really expecting them to keep pushing that hard before the end game. Kyogre spawned in, catching them out as well. 15 KOs for Laura on that Greninja that they stole away from Traffy. Granted, Traffy had already picked up a different Mon, but maybe they weren't expecting that Gren to be stolen this early, and they put it to amazing use. Over 110k for that Greninja, and over 70k for those other damage dealers on Vaporeon haters as well. So everyone putting in so much work for that squad.
Yeah, and absolutely like a great match back and forth. Like we said, Laura showing their stuff that Greninja is just definitely in their wheelhouse for a pick. Danny with the 73, Oscar with the 75. I mean, Kira did really well on the Mega Lucario as well. That's one of the higher damages I've seen from Mega Lucario since the nerf as well. So, you know, a lot of really good back and forth showing. I mean, Vaporeon haters have been off for a little while after their first set. Omon Boozaloof coming off that TTAR set, so they're fresh and ready to go. But this is exactly, you have to stay fresh in Pokemon Unite, especially in a tournament setting. You might have a break, you might have not, but you have to keep those fingers nice and warm. Can't wait to see what we get to see for game number 2. I wonder if any of those bans that we saw down the bottom, those 6, are going to be allowed out. We have not seen a Psyduck yet. I don't think it has been played, has the little gold bird.
Yeah, that guy might have to stay on the bench. He's a little too broken. I feel like kind of similar to an Umbreon, maybe the other damage dealers. It's a bit of a pick your poison type of thing, but we shall see. Boozaloof may need to change up their strategy a bit after how this one went down. Vaporeon haters just looked really, really clean. I'm not exactly sure how they're going to want to play the rest of these games out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. I mean, we'll go straight into game 2 as soon as we have players in the lobby. Again, game 1 is just interesting to go because it's kind of get a feeling of how the game really does go. It was a back and forth towards, like I said, mentioned multiple times throughout the entire game, but it was just being caught out at the wrong moment. I've also been seeing, Bridget, a lot of these fights are starting before the objective even spawns, especially on the side of Vaporeon haters and TTAR. They're engaging in these fights before their opponents are even ready to kind of absorb that damage.
Yeah, and it really is just opportunistic. I feel like if you have kind of a catch or an optimal position and you're only 15, 10, even maybe 20 seconds away from that final objective, you have the squad there, you might as well take the advantage because you don't know if you're going to get another one. Game 2 drafting is underway. Umbreon, Yveltal staying banned out, as well as the Snorlax. Yeah,
and they don't really want to have access to this, but I guess because Vaporeon haters, Omon Boozaloof have got that first pick, I believe, yeah, they've got first pick as it says. not giving them access to probably one of the best attackers in the game, which is that Yvetol is definitely something you want to ban off straight away. Now, we're going to get a final ban on the Skeledirge. It's very interesting. A lot of people banning off this Skeledirge, whereas every time I've seen it, it hasn't been as effective as maybe I think it's been. Blissey going to be banned off as well. So 2 defenders, 2 attackers, and a Psyduck going to be sitting on that sideline. So nice and even for those first 6 bans.
Yep, keeping it pretty consistent. Blastoise going to be the priority for Boozaloof. There are some key tanks and pseudo tanks banned out already from the previous game and the bans selected within game. Blastoise just has such a broken Unite move. That alone is just worth prioritizing, but Slowbro with a pretty crucial Unite move of its own and gonna grab the Alcremie for Vaporeon haters.
Yeah, that's interesting. Slowbro is a defender that has kind of just fallen out of grace at the moment. It still has one of the best Unite moves in the game. Just completely eliminate an opposing Pokemon out of the fight. Meowth's going to pick up the Miraidon. First time we're going to see a Miraidon today. Nachos has decided to go for the Clefable to stop any kind of speedster nonsense that Vaporeon haters are going to throw at us. Danny's hovering over the Zapdos, wants to do some Zapdosing on Thea's Sky Ruins. They have finally got to use that, the verb. No! I'm not going to get to Danny. What are you doing? Well, Oscar is going to pick up Machamp, so some Machamping will have to happen in this game.
Yeah, we will take it this time around. Yeah, Machamp hasn't been really able to play very much, has been seeing a lot of bans. That submission just a little too powerful and annoying to deal with. Sylveon been pretty popular throughout our group phase as well. I'm excited for what Mythil is going to be able to do on this Miraidon. I feel like they are going to Smurf on it, not to caster curse them. Traffy getting one of their pocket picks. They said, if I can't get the Greninja, I guess I will take the Cinderace, and they're going to pair that with the Garchomp.
Yeah, I like that. Very, very damage-heavy comp right now coming out from the side of Beaumont Boozaloof. We'll see how they manage to do it. I mean, I really have always stated that I'm a very big fan of the AoE healing coming out from both teams, so we'll see how that is able to come full circle. Laura's going to go with the Venusaur. Very interesting. Yeah, how long has it been since we've seen a Venusaur? Don't know if you saw any yesterday, Bridget, but a Solar Beam Venusaur is something that I have not so fond memories of. I'm kind of glad it fell out of favor.
Personally, the pedal dance was more oppressive to me, but getting beamed out of nowhere, not great either. Surprisingly, no Venusaurs spotted yesterday in our group stage, but I was kind of expecting it because as you get further and further down the line, there's becomes less and less things that have that kind of range that a Solar Beam Venu does, and I don't know, there are quite a few attackers in the mix at this point, maybe not with the range, but with more power behind them. So I am excited to see what this Venu is able to do. Quite a couple late game scalers on both sides. Boozaloof with 3 Pokemon that have a 3-stage evolution, so gonna take some time. Blastoise does get a little more powerful in that mid stage, kind of same with the Gabite, not too shabby with that Dragon Rush, but we shall see who is able to get online faster as game 2 of the set is underway.
I mean, Gibble is going to benefit greatly from having that supporter in that top lane, but as is Oscar on this Machamp. I'm so curious if it is going to be a submission Machamp. We could even see a dynamic punch Machamp. I mean, I can only dream right now. Bottom lane always seems to be the more aggressive of the 2 lanes just because they've got the range attackers there that just deal damage from afar. The score opener is going to go to the side of Omon Boozaloof as just get some nice little Clefairy stacks going through, as well as a bit of slow, I mean, Squirtle stacks. Water Pokemon all look the same to me and don't want to say why. However, in the top part, central lane, Traffy is going to go exploring, as is Laura once she gets access to that Ivysaur. Both of those central laners are pretty good at that level 5 right now here, Bridget.
Yeah, neither too aggressively better than the other as they start to poke each other, and their supports come in to help them both out, prioritizing those Natus. Looks like Reboot has a bit more in their pocket, getting some good A presses out on that supporter, but one of the evolutions is going to go to Vaporeon haters. Machoke is here for the party, and we still have a little Gibble facing off against it. We do see that submission coming out and utilized on that Clefairy. Nachos gets KO'd. Machoke pretty low, is able to pick up a Dollet, regain some HP, and Gibble might be in for some trouble up there. Meanwhile, in this bottom path, both evolutions have gone to the side of Vaporeon haters. We're still dealing with the Squirtle on the side of Boozaloo. Vaporeon haters getting some crucial levels in this early game.
Yeah, they're not too worried about the scoreline just yet. Dangerously low. Gibble still has the ability to do a lot of damage, as does that cross chop. Oscar has to get out of there right now. The Dollops aren't going to help too much. However, I did notice that Ivysaur was a Giga Drain instead of what you usually see paired with Solar Beam, which is that Sludge Bomb. Going through, Dollop once again picked up. Are they going to stop Kuro from getting online? They are. There's the Solar Beam coming through into the submission, and this poor little Gibble just cannot catch a break. Ground is quad weak to that. Sorry, not quad weak. It is super effective against that grass, and now they're going to go through. There's the charge beam going to be put down onto the Venusaur. Jack's popping left, right, and center. Submission going to try and scare off Meowth on this Miraidon, but these beams are going to start doing some damage from range.
Yeah, both of these long-range Pokemons just putting in a lot of pressure to the other. 4v4 happening in the top path. Vaporeon haters trying to push in, have to back it up a little bit. The Clefairy healing just a little bit more effective than what Alcremie is able to output. We see the Follow Me coming through as well. Vaporeon haters still kind of holding the middle of this top path as Regidrago not getting any love or attention as these other Regis have already spawned in. No clear priority coming out either way. Looking like Vaporeon haters is sending more people in that bottom path. That might be where they're looking to go.
Yeah, it is going to be a Reg Ice, which is actually going to help both healers. So both of that Alcremie and the Clefable are going to benefit from that. However, we are just going to get a nice rip, both coming through. Blastoise gets shredded down by the Hyper Voice coming out from the Sylveon. We do know that Traffy has good secure with that Blazing Bicycle Kick, but as the Solar Beam come through, now the Verdant Anger is online for Laura Tucci. She's going to fire it off straight away with the boosted coming through. 2 KO streak. Danny follows up brilliantly on the Venusaur Unite move. Gabite, we saw top lane, just got pushed out of trying to get any kind of progression for the side of Omon, Boozaloo, and Vaporeon haters playing incredibly well right now. Once again, back on the defensive after some good offensive pressure.
Yeah, Vaporeon haters securing both of those objectives. Pretty impressive stuff. Puts them in such a good spot as we enter into this mid-game. We do have a lot of pressure from Boozaloo on this bottom pad, but so many members of Vaporeon haters are ready to make sure it doesn't go any further than that. All of our tier 1 goal zones are still up, but so much priority has been on this bottom path. It feels like Machamp has just been chilling in that top path for quite a while now. Boozaloo might be trying to make something happen here in this bottom path as most, if not all, of their members are still remaining down there. Nachos pivoting a little bit, trying to get any kind of vision or intel. Slowbro caught out by the entire team of Boozaloo. Only a Sylveon here for now. Vino is nearby. Will they be able to make something happen?
Yeah, but Oscar, I mean, it's going to get stopped by the Verdant Anger. Is Kuro, the Garchomp, is going to get stopped. Clefable's going to use the Follow Me to try and score some points of their own. The rest of Vaporeon haters are here. Garchomp is going to go in with the scoop, but it does not matter. The Sylveon's there. The Fairy Frolic alongside the Fluffy Cream Supreme is going to absolutely cut down that Livid Outrage from the Garchomp, and right now Vaporeon haters are going to turn the defensive pressure, the offensive pressure that they just faced back on top of Omon Boozaloo. Blastoise is dangerously low, does get KO'd. The Solar Beam's going to hit from downtown as the Charge Beam Enhance is going to go on to Laura, who is dangerously low. Bright Future Meteor Storm does chase after Oscar. Brilliantly done by Meanfield. The low high output damaging Pokemon just had to back it off there for Vaporeon haters.
Yeah, Mifil is piloting this Miraidon so well. I knew they would. This thing still looks so solid in our all-star draft, even though I feel like it's kind of fallen out of favor for the most part. Clefairy just absolutely brute forcing those stacks in so they can get those healing numbers higher and higher. Both of the tier 1s are up in this top path, and with the objective spawning in, there might be a little more priority up here as Cinderace is already ripping this Alecki. But 3 members of Vaporeon haters, we have the Verdant Anger and the Secure actually going to the Machamp, but with all of that damage output by Venu, it's hard to even get close. Blastoise is down as Vaporeon haters keep moving closer into the Skull Zone. Unfortunately, the Alecki walks right in and breaks it since it was under 20 points. Garchomp taking a pretty aggressive fight with the help of their Miraidon. Everyone looks like they're on 1 HP. Oh, and they found Machamp, who was trying to back, have to unleash their Unite move. Actually picks up a KO before they are KO'd themselves. It's just a lone little Clefairy up here at this point. Slowbro doing what they can, but I don't know if it'll be enough.
No, they're trying to. The Dollops are helping out, and Omo and Boozloo have taken a good lead in this fight. A lot of back and forth once again, but they just had the, I want to say, the higher damage output. You're right, the Barrage Blow was a last-ditch effort from Oscar to try and kind of maintain any kind of lane position. The only tier 1 left up and ready to go is that bottom side on the side of Omo and Boozloo. 2.5 minutes on the clock right now. Less than, just over 50 points. Blastoise, Cinderace are waiting. So Omo and Boozloo looking to take a very aggressive stance, and getting rid of Indigo would be a great start.
Yeah, tank and support caught by their lone summon. Boozloo are moving in deep into enemy territory. The damage dealers have arrived, but Clefairy is far out. Luckily, that Moonlight healing can get them sorted. Beam is able to connect with some members of Boozloo, but they have the pit control right now. Vaporeon haters have to be careful on how they want to go about this. Boozloo knows where they are lurking. They're gonna charge right in as this endgame fight is happening.
Yeah, there they go. The Unite moves are going to find Livid Outrage alongside the Verdant Anger with the Fluffy Cream Supreme. Slowbro has been the first one eliminated. Traffy is down on the Cinderace. Clefable is dangerously low as well. Gets taken out by Oscar. Miraidon, Blastoise still left alive. Garchomp on an HP and a Dream. Blastoise is still looking for it. It could get taken down. Does get taken down. And now Miraidon is the only one left alive for the side of Omo and Boozloo. But the HP is being regen by the Alcremie, and the Shred begins on ground. Miraidon can do it. Is Oscar going to be one of the Pokemon to go in with that submission? But Traffy is back. Traffy doesn't have access to that Unite move, though. The Surf is going to go through. Slowbro is taking all the way through. It is Machamp that manages to secure, and Vaporeon haters are going for a clean sweep, going for this game. Number 2, the Groudon buff is there. The tier 1 is there. They're going to take the lead with this one. Is that going to be all that they do? Or are they going to push for the aggressiveness, heading on in to the final minute here, Bridget? Here we go. Omo and Boozloo need to defend. Vaporeon haters need to score.
Yeah, they know they at least have a small lead at this point, so they don't want to do anything too crazy. But with these Groudon buffs, they can do a lot of damage. Mifil on that Miraidon can also do a lot of damage back. Lore getting pretty low on that Venusaur, but we gotta wait for those Alcremie Dollops to be ready before they can be eaten up for the HP. And Boozloo's doing a pretty solid job on this defense. Wandered a little too far off of their pad, though, and with that Groudon buff and shield, they're doing quite a bit of damage, but tide's turning a little bit as Boozloo is getting some crucial KOs on the Venu and the Alcremie. The Slowbro and Sylveon gonna go ahead and utilize these shields for even more dunks, and with the Blastoise score, I don't think it's gonna be enough. Vaporeon haters, I think, are gonna clutch up game 2.
It was a smart play when they saw Blastoise make for that tier 2 for Sylveon and the Slowbro to go and score the remaining points. So 2-0. Going up to the side of Vaporeon haters. One more and it's done. Omo and Boozloo have the unenviable task of trying to do the hardest thing in esports, and that is the reverse sweep. But this is going to be interesting. I can't wait to see how game 3 is going.
Yeah, that was quite quite the fun one. With the way Mythil was getting bigger and bigger, I was like, I don't know how they are gonna stop them. Over 100k from that Miraidon. They were being so clutch. 90k heals on the Clef, but 110k for that little Alcremie. The dollops that Unite move as well does so much healing, utilized so well in this game. I mean, Vaporeon haters looking really calm, cool, and collected, even in the face of 100k Miraidon.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe they lacked a little bit of the damage coming out from this side, especially just for the pure damage ability that Cinderace, Miraidon, and Garchomp are able to output. Groudon can put out some damage as well. But they were able to deal with it. I thought Oscar had a very good game on the Machamp, really picking up good submission call-outs as well. So again, really also just kind of comboing that submission into the Solar Beam, but then also Danny was comboing that Hyper Voice into the Solar Beam as well. Laura doing 91k damage on a Giga Drain Solar Beam Venusaur, which we haven't seen in yonks, which is absolutely fantastic. Don't know if anyone uses the word yonks anymore, but I'm gonna bring it back. So, game 3, we've seen a Venusaur. Laura's bringing out some really interesting central laners so far.
Yeah, they've been some fun picks, which I do love to see. It's really fun to see where these players flex to when, like, backs against the wall. Kind of the current meta isn't, I was going to say viable, always viable, just not allowed in this format. So it's cool to see what they gravitate towards, how they, I don't know, like, it's almost like, what were their mains of years past that they could, you know, they still at least are familiar with, have maybe even played in 5-stack situations time and time again. So I'm really enjoying it. I'm glad we got to see the Venusaur showcase that Giga Drain can be so crucial for staying alive in the face of some scary brawlers like the Blastoise or the Garchomp from that previous game. But here we go, potential to be our final game of the day on the Rayquaza map. We already have our bans coming in. So far, kind of the same. Yveltal, but also Comfey and Blissey joining the ban bench.
Yeah, the supports are going to be crazy to be banned out right now because we know Indigo is such a good support player on this side. Comfey, of course, I mean, Comfey works with anything. It works with Comfey Zora, it works with Comfey Palmont, it works with Comfey any kind of carry that you want to give it. It works, although you do sacrifice a singular healing spot for a team-wide healing spot, but if it is able to carry you through, as most Comfey duos are able to do in some instances, it sometimes, you know, it's better in that way. Again, Psyduck is just not going to be allowed out, and Boozaloof have opted to not ban 2 Pokemon entirely. Just have to double check that that is correct. They are leaving a lot more options open. It's crazy that they only banned the Comfey.
Yeah, you have to wonder, what are they trying to cook that they just really specifically didn't want the Comfey? Maybe to them, the main viable supports left, other than that Psyduck, are the Blissey and the Comfey. So instead of adding more to the ban board, I mean, I guess it could have been attackers, but what, I don't know. What do I know? There's already a lot of things banned, so maybe they were like, whatever, we don't care. We just want to make sure we get this Blissey. And in lieu of that, Vaporeon haters have opted for the Meganium and the Snorlax. Snorlax, a pretty strong pick for this third game.
Yeah, it's the second time I think we're going to see Skeledirge. It's usually one of those Pokemon that is not allowed to be played outright. I mean, they're going for all Johto starters right now on the side of Vaporeon haters. Funny enough, they've already used the big Chompy for Alligator in game 1. Oscar has been having a lot of fun on this bird. And I gotta say, Bridget, the carnival bird, which is the Quaquaval, has to be the best running animation I've seen of any Pokemon in this game. Danny, however, opts to pick up the Inteleon instead of the Typhlosion.
Yeah, not all Johto starters this time around, but a lot of attackers, including that Decidueye that was just picked up by the Boozaloof. Zacian gonna be joining their squad, and Vaporeon Haters has the opportunity for this very last pick position. They're currently hovering an attacker, quickly switching over to the Talonflame. Talonflame is so strong, especially against two attackers, two primo targets for this bird to simply fly on top of. But I have to agree, the real star bird to me is the Quaquaval. I love this thing. Its animations are amazing, and we saw it a little bit yesterday, but not at all today. And even yesterday, it really didn't have the best of times. So I'm excited to see it in the hands of someone like Oscatar, who they have definitely been on a roll so far this set. So looking for some redemption in the Quaquaval win rate here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see because that's going to go up against Kyoro in the top lane on that top all-rounder kind of fix. Here we go. Danny also on this Inteleon is it's just going to be Decidueye versus Inteleon, and usually when we see Decidueye versus Inteleon, it is Inteleon that does get the kind of, I want to say, you know, the upper hand. Traffy actually going to kind of do a revenge on Laura here, taking that Decidueye away from them because she does really like that Decidueye. Talonflame also going to take to the sky and try and take out those squishies in the back. Not too much defense going on the side of Omon Boozaloof. I believe the Meganium was an interesting shout, and Snorlax also going so late at game number 3 is a very interesting pick as well.
Yeah, 100%. Finally skated through those bans, but here we see the Snorlax maybe going on a bit of a detour pathing into that enemy jungle to hopefully make sure this owl has a bit of a hard time, at least stall them a bit in this jungle clear. Huge damage can go out from the Snorlax with that boosted auto, but the autos on Decidueye aren't bad either, but it is going to be the Snorlax just not even paying attention to the farm, fully there for the 1v1, popping their focus band, getting a little extra HP. Vaporeon trying to make sure they don't just get out of there for free, but man, I think the comms were clear that there were still some buffs up, which is why Fletchinder is here now as well. Gonna put out so much damage on that chance. He has to eject button out of there, utilizes their support and their Quaxley to make sure they don't give up the KO. Really, really great coverage from Vaporeon Haters.
Yeah, has to be very, very careful there, but they have left themselves a little bit underwhelmed inside this top path. Oscatar is very close to that level 5, has to pop out the ejects. I think all ejects were used in close succession. Can they get the KO on the Eevee, though? That Eevee is dangerously low. There goes the acrobatics on to Polay. They are going to be able to get out, but no, I am mistaken. They're going to get the KO. Dartrix dangerously low on top of that top section there. My God, just so much going on early stages. It really, really is so easy to confuse us casters behind this desk.
Oh, I'm pretty much always confused. Mythil doing such a great job in this bot path, getting the KO on the jungler, level 6 already, has their pockets full from how much farm they've been able to get on this map. Meanwhile, enemy attacker Drizzile finally gets their level 2 evolution, but they are taking so much damage. Crocolore wants to dunk their full pockets and then just rain down more damage before the Snorlax was able to get back. Vaporeon may not be able to get their dunk in, but a lot of value given to Boozaloof off of the back of Mythil.
Yeah, right now it is a Razor Leaf Decidueye. Traffy has gone for Razor Leaf Decidueye. We have seen this before out of Traffy. However, Oscatar versus Kyo in this top path. He is a higher level, is Oscatar, but has to be very, very careful to jump in to this. Talonflame takes to the sky. They're going to crash down on to the Blissey. Decidueye has to be very careful as well. They do have, I think, possibly the Leaf Storm to push away Laura if they decide to jump onto this Decidueye. Here we go. All the farm is going to go up, and poor Altarias, they get taken as quickly as they spawn. Just no time to enjoy the sights and sounds of Theia Sky Ruins. What? Danny dangerously low right now. Oh, and a nice KO by Millfield.
Yeah, this is probably the best I've seen Skeledirge throughout this entire weekend. I have just been so impressed with Mythal on every single attacker they have chosen to go with. Gonna go ahead and secure this Reg Ice for free for Oman Buzloof. Meanwhile, Vaporeon haters seem to be trading in that top path where they are getting that Aleki uncontested, hopefully trying to break that tier 1. There is the break from the Quaquaval, so this Aleki is free to roam to that tier 2 position. No jump pads are up yet, so Vaporeon haters able to get quite a lot done on this tier 2. The Aleki simply walks in for free, and the jungle goes way of Vaporeon haters as well.
Yeah, Laura's going to try and get some stacks in here. Very needed on this Talonflame. It's got access to that Unite move as well. And the rest of Oman Buzloof are coming to help out. Oscitar has just decided they're going to draw the attention of the entirety of Oman Buzloof. There goes two. Talonflame takes to the sky, does a bit of damage to the Razor Leaf to CGY, but eats a snipe shot to the face. Flame Sweep from out of nowhere does allow the Decidueye to live with the Bliss assistance, but Laura said, I'm going to pick up the KO whether you Bliss assist him or not. Backing up to their own pad, 70 to 191. That tier 2 took a lot of damage. Laura has to be very careful here not to be struck down by the Skeledirge. The Arcarine is going to heal up the Skeledirge as well to full health. Meganium going to do the same for the rest of their team. Oscitar wants to jump in onto this Vaporeon, kicking and swinging those fanciful feathers all the way around. Nice block. Takes to the sky, does Talonflame. Trying to take out the support first before anything else. And now they're just going to disengage our Vaporeon haters.
Yeah, we had a nice little 4v4 going there, but neither team seems to want it that badly. We do have another Reggie spawning in this bottom path, so I'm sure we'll see some of these junglers return after they farm up what's going on in the jungle and in the top side. Vaporeon sniped out by the Inteleon, utilizing that snipe shot. I love this moveset. We've been seeing a lot of liquidation in our group stage. Oscitar with a huge Quaquaval Unite move spinning on them, doing its beautiful, beautiful carnival dance. I love Quaquaval. It's hard for me to not watch it. Vaporeon haters getting some dunks in, but also taking a lot of damage. Have to back it up. We do have this Regirock spawned in, but neither team really paying it too much mind just yet. Buzloof going to be the one to start ripping it down.
Yeah, the Carnival Splash alongside the Roaring Symphony coming out from the Skeledirge. Talonflame going to try and take out the Skeledirge as well, but use a beautiful eject to get back on. Vaporeon haters really holding true to their name, as that's a 4-on-1 to take down the Vaporeon. They're dangerously low, but Meganium, that full bloom aroma is going to keep them nice and healthy as well. Snipe shot plus fly is going to secure that. Skeledirge stepped up just a little bit too much, avoids the snipe shot, just barely. Bliss assistance onto Traffy, sorry, with the Azure Spy Vision now is going to try and shred down because those crits are forever. The block is going to absorb a lot of that Razor Leaf and does brilliantly to stop their ascent onto this tier 2 on the bottom side. There's only 10 on this one, so there's a chance for a big overcap. Coming through is the Skeledirge with the damage. There goes the Arcarine healing. Laura's looking for a pick, but misses it. Does manage to get a little bit of damage, but was on the wrong target. The Metal Claw going to go in from the Zacian as well. Zacian picks up a KO on Oscitar. Blissey dangerously low. Laura looking for her target. The fly is active. Can they get the KO? They do on the Skeledirge. Gets out with a major assist from the power nap on the Snorlax.
So much work being put in by this Snorlax right now. We have such small HP bars on the members of Vaporeon haters, but I feel like they were able to come out on top in that exchange, really able to hold their own and hold that goal zone up. Not able to really converge onto the enemy goal zone. Still 4 members of Buzloof. I feel like I haven't even seen Zacian. He is just like offlane mode, makes an appearance. Okay, I'm gonna go farm more guys. I'll see you later. Bye. But Buzloof once again trying to make a push on this tier 1 goal zone. Only 3 members of Vaporeon haters here for now, and they're taking so much damage. This Decidueye is just raining those leaves in. Meganium falls to it. Snorlax doing what they can, and the snipes are hitting, but with this Blissey giving safeguards and helping hands, it's just a little too much. Traffy with the 2KO streak. Finally, the Talonflame, the natural enemy of the Decidueye, is here to kind of put a stop to it.
And the natural enemy. Did see that engage all start from that Unite move from the Skeledirge, but Vaporeon haters doing brilliantly just to hold their turf. Oscitar had to leave that top lane where they were constantly bickering with the Zacian, just lets that Regieleki walk in because they know they have vision on the rest. But here it is, time for Rayquaza. It is time to secure, and Danny has that snipe shot. Here we go. The secure is coming through. Aqua Ring is going to heal everybody up. Heavy Slam from the Snorlax is going to go through. They're going to come way out. Alscatar is in the back line, but they do manage with the duck to get on out there. Laura is looking for the flank with the fly. Hasn't found it just yet. There goes Oscatar, gets stunned out by the flip turn. The Carnival Splash is going to go through from Octar. The Razor Leaves are going through. Laura picks up the KO on the Vaporeon. The Azure Spy Vision comes out from Danny dangerously low. No members sacrificed for the side of Vaporeon haters. 2 members down for the side of Oman Buzliv. What is the play now for both teams? Are they going to try and score on tier 1, or are they going to rip the Rayquaza? Because it could be dangerous to do both. It looks like we're just going to get another refight coming through, but Oman Buzliv have to be very careful not to trickle in, just like they're doing now. Bliss Assistance onto the Blissey. The Razor Leaves are going to shred down. Oscatar's surviving, even though they're spinning to win. Meganium could go down here as well. Vaporeon going around the back, trying to get that XP to go through, put some pressure onto Danny. Snapshot going to go through, but the Skeleton is marking Danny. Who's going to secure this victory? It is going to go to Laura, who secures the Rayquaza through all the chaos.
It was honestly hard for me to not watch Danny on that Inteleon that entire end game fight. Just nailing those snipe shots. Finally gets cornered, accidentally runs into the Skeledirge, but luckily the rest of the team was ready with that secure. Mostly the Talonflame had their fly on it. Huge Unite move from that Talonflame as well, but many members of Vaporeon haters have fallen. Nice little KO from Oscatar. I don't know if it's worth it to defend this Golden. Hopefully Meganium can escape Zacian, really trying to make sure that doesn't happen. But with about 300 points in the lead, Vaporeon haters are looking to clean this up in 3-0 fashion.
Once again, Vaporeon haters have done a 3-0. Incredible fashion. They did very, very well. Again, I completely forgot, Bridget, that was a Rayquaza map. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I didn't even realize it was coming until it spawned in. I was like, it's the end.
I was so distracted by just how incredible that last game was. Such back and forth action. Vaporeon haters showing true to their name, because I think every time Olay even just showed up on our screen, Danny was like, here's a snipe shot. Oscatar was like, here's some feathers. I'm gonna just take you out. That Vaporeon, we understand why Vaporeon is a very, very hated Pokemon, because of just the amount of healing and all of the abilities that it's able to do. But man, it managed to do 73k healing in all of that. But so did Indigo with the 88k healing. So a brilliant, brilliant job by Vaporeon haters, taking that in a 3-0.
Yeah, I gotta give it up for Buzaloof though. My goat Mythil, 120k on that Skeledirge still wasn't enough. Traffy was also such a monster on that Decidueye, but Danny was hitting those snipe shots so well, and I gotta give it up for Indigo, upping the Meganium win rate a little bit today, and I personally deeply appreciate it. Such a fun set between these two squads, but Vaporeon haters gonna go ahead and solidify their entry for their prize, their way into the finals.
Yeah, they did absolutely fantastic. Again, the games they played up against TTAR, you could put it either way. The games they played up against Oman Buzliv, securing those objectives by way of winning those team fights, especially the Rayquaza. Laura putting in a shift as that central laner as well. Lots of really great plays across the board. So what I think that means, and we'll confirm this on all other socials and everywhere else before next week's playoff stream. What I believe that means is that TTAR and Vaporeon haters are going to be your two teams that qualify through Group B. And that is incredibly exciting here, Bridget.
Yes, I'm so proud of Team TTAR. I'm proud of all of these teams today. Seriously, such a difficult format. They've been putting in so much work for the entire EUL season, all culminating down to this tournament. And it has been so much fun to watch and cast with you, Lobo. I'm so stoked for the finals this upcoming weekend. And yeah, we got some top dogs and some underdogs to be watching then.
Yeah, absolutely. We got the underdogs come through. Engage Academy and TTAR are the underdogs that are going to make it through next week. Tune in for the playoffs next week because it is a tri-cast between our casters, which we always like to do here at the playoffs. So 3 of us casters going to be on the mic at the same time so we can cover all of the intense action that you're going to see. It's going to be a great time, but I think that is going to be it for us here for day 2, group day 2. I don't even know what to call it. It's been an absolutely fantastic time. Bridget, before we say goodbye to everybody, do you want to say anything else, your final goodbyes, or any other messages you want to throw out into the Pokemon ether?
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. Always such a pleasure to pretend to be European every once in a while. Shout out to production for putting on such a good show, pressing all of the fancy buttons for us. Shout out to all of the players throughout all of the league. It is so much fun to get to watch and cast you guys, and we deeply appreciate all your hard work. Thank you to everyone watching, typing in the chat, supporting us, and the Ghatlue stream. And thank you, Lobo, for casting with me and always knowing more about every one of these teams than I do.
Oh, I absolutely adore casting with you. Yeah, like I said, big shout out to everyone behind the desk on production. They make us look absolutely incredible. Bina for the incredible observing, because we wouldn't be able to cast the action if she wasn't able to follow the action. Pastor, who was filling in for Shivam as well on production. And Shivam, who's on his phone anyway, being an absolutely incredible tournament lead. So, I mean, thank you, Bridget, as well. It's always a pleasure to cast with you. Thank you to all the players that played today. And a big shout out to Vaporeon Haters and TTAR for making it through. Guys, we'll see you next week for the playoffs here at EUL. We're getting so very, very close to the grand finals. But follow all the socials. Follow me and Bridget on socials because we say some fun stuff. And we will see you guys next time. Have a fantastic morning, evening, or good night, wherever you are. And we will see you next time right here at EUL.